Hello, dupes. How's everybody doing today? We already got a crowd in here. And I think of the people chatting, Killer is the only one who's streaming. So we're gonna shout out our friends who also stream, namely Killer Jam 25, who's here every day supporting. Thank you, Killer. Hi, Laz. Hi, Fennec. Hi, Aya. Hiya, Aya. So as you can see, I've already got the map open. And funny enough, I kind of actually remember what the hell we were doing. We were filling up our cooling loop with toilet water, because of course we are, and we were working on our kitchen. I do believe we have some work queued up for the dupes, so we can kind of just let this play while we settle into the day. Critter starvation. Yeah. That's bound to happen. Now, hang on a second. Okay, so you. Let's move you. I think this might have been the problem. I think we might have accidentally had some issues because the hatches are here. So we're gonna move these guys out of here. We're also gonna move this egg. Now they're gonna starve to death. They're not gonna last long-term status, but we want these to be stone hatches, and we do have a couple of wild ones here. Hello, friend. We'll be coming and going. Sounds good. Sounds good. ADHD gives you a break. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, kind of. I'm halfway through my granola and still drinking. Just got my coffee and Jesus, I don't even know. I can't remember anything. Okay, so I do believe Past Nether left us in a situation where we've got to run a little bit of power and get some hydrogen into place, right? That's the game we're playing right now. Why is that there? That's where the old thing used to be. So let's go like that. I'm tempted to just run this up here. Maybe we'll go like that. This guy can go down here like this. We're going to have a lot of work to get done across the board on our grid. Like I said, we're starting with kind of a little bit of a different situation here. Alright, this thing's going to be able to see that, but this is not. So this will be able to grab all the finished food and put it in there. What am I doing? Hold on. Maybe it didn't give me a break. So how was I doing this? This is going to grab ingredients out of here and put finished food in here. Right. This is grabbing ingredients out of the ingredients thing. It's putting it in everything, and then when the finished food is there, it puts it in the loader and drops it here. This guy's going to pick up the good food out of here and put it in the refrigerator here. Right. And we might actually put a refrigerator where this ladder tile is eventually, because sometimes I need a fridge for moving things around. So, good. We brought on another dupe last time. They will eventually be our second cook. So we're up to... what is it? We've got a full-time rancher running in the gym. Green Thumbs is our rancher farmer. And then we now have a second cook in the gym, because Julie's our full-time cook. The reason we need a second cook is because this planet's going to be feeding the whole galaxy. We're eventually going to get up to the point where we have 2 petroleum boilers. They should be able to run at full speed, depending on how we work our Slickster loop here. Which that means we're going to be able to feed a lot of duplicants. In theory, a single petroleum boiler setup should be able to feed 45 to 50 dupes. So, are you overpressured? Pipe is blocked. Okay, that's fine. Ooh, there's some sort of fire action going on out there. Yes. So, also, in addition to all this noise, I absolutely fucked up this system we were building over here for the water overflow situation that we've got to do. I mean, it's not super important at the moment. At the moment being the key word here. So... because we are processing it in here, and if we have to... Well, not if we have to. We're probably... Hold on, I gotta do a little bit of quick math. So these things, how much do they output? Right. Hang on. Not those things. How much do these things output in polluted water? 750 grams times 3, right? So that's 1.5 kilos, 3 kilos. So 3.75 kilos. I believe one of these can process 3.3 or 3 kilos. We might have to set up a second one of these to keep up with demand temporarily until we're boiling our water off, which is what this whole system I was working on was. I honestly think we're probably going to have to stuff some sort of atmosphere in here. It's just going to make it a lot easier. We're going to do hydrogen. We've got hydrogen right here. Honestly, we could probably straight up just crack a hole in this and bleed some hydrogen in. But I do believe we left a little gas vent here, so we don't even have to do that. We can just bloop and then stick a vent here. So before we do that, though, let's start working on this. This is the reservoir. I want to get that finished too. So first and foremost, we're going to set all this stuff to a higher priority for building. Reason being, so mechatronics engineers are the only ones that can build the automation stuff, right? So our mechatronics engineer is set to build and operate at high priorities. But when it comes down to building, they'll prioritize building just like everybody else. So if you got a bunch of building stuff set on a 5, and the mechatronics engineer is going to build something, they'll just find what's close or what's a higher priority and go at it. That being said, you want them building your automation stuff because they're the only ones who can do it. You know, we got 2, 3, 4 people who can build whatever the fuck we want as far as pipes and other nonsense. We've only got one person who can actually build this gunk. So, you know, we have to be conscious of that. We also need to be able to get stuff into there. Okay, we've got a couple of things we got to get done. We got to get an input for these things. We got to get hydrogen into this loop, and we got to get hydrogen into this room while we also deal with putting in together a little bit less of a knot of systems here. Let's get rid of that thing. Oh yeah, this is all gonna go. That can go. That can go for now. That can go. Trying not to delete the stuff for our cooling loop, so let's just keep an eye on it while they work on it. Yeah, that goes. I do absolutely want to put a reservoir here. The other thing that popped into my head, though, about this whole reservoir situation, we need to make it out of steel. We're going to be pumping 95-degree water into it. That's why we did so much insulated pipe, is because we're going to have a lot of heat that we got to deal with. So, oh, shit. Huh. Well, somehow or another I deconstructed a pipe that I didn't need to deconstruct. Okay, so we're going to have to do some things. Liquid shutoff can go. I need a mop command there and there. And we need to make more iron because we're pushing steel real hard here. So let's queue up like, what, I don't know, like 20 batches of iron. Yeah, okay. We are going to have to reconfigure this situation up here, which is why we're pumping water up here instead of into here. It's going to take a long time to sort this out because we need this to get low enough that it's not going to cause extreme pressure damage when we break in. It's going to be a little bit of a dodgy situation, but, you know, we got to do a little retrofit. What we're probably going to do, I mean, what we're going to do, because I already came up with a plan, is you see this? This is basically like half of one of these setups. So we're going to come in here, and we're basically going to move a pump inside. So we've got 2 pumps, because that would have been the smart move right off the bat. One pumping into our oxygen setup, the other one for our other needs in the base. And we'll put access ports for it. You know, we'll run a pipe that comes down here. We'll run a pipe that comes up here. That way we can grab it from wherever we need to in base. I do think I said we need to crack back in here for something, but I can't remember what it is. So, you know, we'll burn that bridge when we get there, so to speak. Okay, that can see what it needs to see. And I know we had our little planning bit up here, right? Yeah, okay, so that is the way I remember it. Hydrogen. Okay, now as far as getting hydrogen over to this guy here, what's the easiest way to do that? Do we come from the bottom there, or do we come from over in the tank? I'm not sure which one is easier. I think it might legitimately be easier to come this way. It does mean we're going to have to put in a few bridges here. Hi everybody, by the way. Hi everybody. I know we're coming in hot today, and I'm just running my mouth already, but let's have some fun today. We're gonna make some progress. Again, we're doing kind of casual, cozy, whatever kind of vibes on this whole thing. I don't really even know how to say what I'm saying, but basically we're not trying to min-max the shit out of everything. But casual for Nether is, I mean, I don't want to compare myself to Francis John, but it's kind of the same thing. Like, I like to do ridiculously complicated, interesting, intricate, interweaving, you know, linked systems, right? And as such, that's my version of casual. I think a lot of other people's version of casual might be something like, oh, we're not even going to worry about steam rooms or anything. We're just going to build, and you know, we'll just use ice to do whatever. My version of casual is we're not playing on extreme difficulties. We're not trying to race to a specific goal, but I do like doing crazy things. I love petroleum boilers. I love industrial setups. I love doing cool planning and integrating systems and making everything run solid. I love the idea of perfectly balancing our throughput. So if we're getting in this much water, we're using exactly the same amount of water. There's just something really satisfying about that to me. I think that's also why I like games like Satisfactory, because it's like that's the whole goal, right? Is to make sure that you're using everything in as efficient a way as possible. So Ani has those elements. It also has other types of elements. You know, there's the cute factor, there's the colony builder, there's the survival thing. It's not all just logistics, which is nice because I like those elements of games as well. So, for me, as far as casual goes, that's my feeling on it. Is like I still want to enjoy the process of like building big, badass, crazy things, but it's not all about keeping it, like, simple. It's, for me, complicated can still be casual. As insane as that might sound. Okay, so I think I have an idea how we do this, right? We might want to get rid of this bridge temporarily. That's how we were injecting water into our system. Yeah, let's do that. So I had originally set up this thing here to inject water into our system, and I think that's going to stay the same. We might actually add another one to inject water, but I don't think we have to, because here's the thing. We're going to be producing... It's a water-positive process to be running a full petroleum boiler, petroleum generator setup. Water-positive, not water-neutral. So if we don't have some place for the extra water to go, our steam room's going to overpressure and everything's going to go to shit. So what we have to do is when this stuff detects that we're overpressure in our steam room, it has to remove water using the steam turbine outputs and send that down to our oil. Oh, what? 240. What did I do? What the hell did I do? I thought this one was the tank for our output water. What was here? Oh, the, right. Right. That was the shutoff. Okay, that's moving. So basically, I want to have a liquid reservoir before going down to the oil wells down here, so that we've got a little bit of a buffer, right? Planning ahead, we should probably have 2 of those. I mean, maybe not. So like, those oil wells are gonna eat about 3 1/3 kilos. Yeah, actually, we could run all 5 of them off of a single pipe. Never mind. We might want to set up 2 or 3 just so we have a little bit larger of a buffer, because it's going to be an irregular thing, right? These things are going to output polluted water. We're going to boil it off or whatever the case may be, and that water is then going to overpressure our steam room. The steam is then going to get removed, but that's going to happen on and off, right? Like the steam temp pressure is going to rise, then it's going to fall a little bit, then it's going to rise a little bit, and as such, we need some sort of buffer to make sure that we have consistent water going into these, because if these are ever not getting their full supply of water, we're not getting our full supply of crude, and systems aren't working at efficiency and have the potential to break. It does look like we're filling up our cooling loop for our base a little bit. I was nervous about that. So. Did we run that pipe? We ran that pipe. Excellent. This thing. We're going to leave this on above, and we're going to leave this at like 1,000,000 degrees. I don't want to accidentally overfill this. That's why we're bridging onto it. Okay, so then let's fill that cooling loop, because that's going to mean that we can start getting into that action. So the way we have this set up, this loop should just keep looping. The loop should loop, even when this isn't on. We're going to fill it with it off, just in case. Like, I don't want to have a situation where we've got too much going on there. So we're going to fill this without it being on. It's going to loop around. We might eventually have to put another blob on there, so I'm probably going to allow a secondary blob. Like, I'm probably just going to leave a blob or 2 in a pipe over here and deconstruct this gas bridge. And then if it needs one more blob of hydrogen, we will. If you overfill these lines, they will jam up, and then you wind up with problems. So we're going to try and avoid that. I'm usually pretty good about these systems. So yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to fill up this line. We're going to start getting our freezer freezing. We'll set up a little bit to get everything in there. How do I want to do that? I want to do that right off the bat. We will eventually set up full rails to bring stuff in automatically, but for now we need dupes to bring ingredients manually. Where do I want to have them drop stuff off at? Maybe just have them drop it off. Wait a second. I broke our nature reserve, guys. I broke our nature reserve. I don't remember when or how I broke our nature reserve, but this was our nature reserve, and it is now not a nature reserve. Fuck me. Okay. Do I want to fix it, or do I want to just move it? I mean, it's broken. We might as well make some fucking plays, right? That being said, do we need to skill scrub anybody right quick? See, some of them are doing okay because we've got enough barbecue coming in, but some of them are really over-leveled. Like, Barb should be fine even without a nature reserve. Al, on the other hand, Al should kind of be fine. Gertrude over here is a newbie, so we're good there. I mean, I think the only one who might be over-leveled is Killer. Yeah, Killer's way over-leveled. We might skill scrub Killer real quick. Get him out of digging. We're not doing any digging right now. Lou is probably way over-leveled. Alright, we might do a little skill scrubbing just to make up for Nether's mistakes here. Although everybody seems to be doing okay. Alright, if things get out of hand, we'll do a little skill scrubbing to sort people's mood out. But I broke our nature reserve, so no time like the present to to start getting into some other things. Let's fumble on ahead here. If we take on too many things, I'm not actually going to be able to fix problems, right? Okay, so we got a little extra in this pipe here. Let's deconstruct this gas bridge, because that loop is full, but like I said, we might need to get another bit in there. I don't want it to accidentally overfill it, so we're going to go like that. And boop. Now we're going to get this over here. If this is above, we're going to say above -50. So this thing should start kicking. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. It's not going through the sensor. This has to go over here and around to here. Oh boy. Oh, god damn. Okay, so... yeah, this is supposed to go down like that. Shit. Okay, I can fix this. I can fix this. We're going to turn this off. If this is below -271, turn on. So that should never turn on now. Excellent. This thing's about to go offline. Next dormancy 20. This is why I left these blobs, because inevitably you're going to get into some shit, right? We're going to deconstruct this. We're going to deconstruct this. Then we have to mop this up. Break this heavy watt conductive joint plate, put a ladder segment in there, let them get in there and do a little building, and then we're going to have to sweep a few things out. Ah, the joys of playing Oxygen Not Included. Cheers, guys. Ah, yes. Okay, so that's off. We're not going to have a problem with heat. Let's mop this side here. We're going to need a ladder segment right there, and well, actually we could just put one right there. Cancel build on that. They'll be able to get down to that. Okay, that'll get us sorted. You know, you never remember anything. When's Jonathan erupting, goddammit? Jonathan, 2.9 cycles. Then we'll get some magma. We're going to wait for this bad boy to erupt like 2, 3, maybe 4 times, because to make sure we got a little bit of magma. I'd like the magma to be built up to about there-ish. Now, we're going to lose a little heat at first because we had to be able to access the chamber, and this ladder is eventually going to get submerged in lava. It won't melt because it's obsidian, which is fine, but it is 45°C, so a little bit of the magma heat's going to drain into the ladder until the ladder gets up to the temperature of the magma. Such is life. We will deal with it. By the time the magma gets up there, we'll have plenty stored, and it shouldn't solidify any of the magma. If it does, we'll have to bust in there. It is a vacuum, so we can get in and mess with stuff. We've got this little blob of petroleum over here in case we have to break into this bit and service this. Then we can break out 2 tiles here and still have a way to get in there. What do we got on the agenda? Ooh, extra plastic. I know I shouldn't even be looking at these dupes, but alright, let's just take the plastic. We're good on that. Alright, so we mopped this whole situation. Let's move that out of the way so it doesn't cause problems. We're going to move that there. We'll do it at a 6. Then we'll have them deconstruct that joint plate. The reservoir will then not function because it doesn't have full support, but we don't need it to function because everything here is reasonably chill. And we shouldn't have to delete any heat because we turned this off. We just need that to cool this polluted water chamber, which is at 37°C, which is plenty to keep this thing going for the next few cycles, so we'll be solid. Let's deconstruct that real quick. And then gas pipe wise, we're going to want this to go that way, and then we'll delete this segment here. Legitimately can do that. Now, the cool thing about this is I said I wanted to get this out of here, so boop, we get an opportunity to remove that. Wonderful. things are all coming together, right? I'm not going to try and do too many projects at once. We've got plenty of time to get ourselves sorted out. Gradually, our Slickster ranches are coming online down here. We've got 8 critters here, 8 critters here, 2 critters here. So we're gradually just going down the line. Once these are filled, we'll start filling these as well. I don't want to get too far ahead of us because until we're giving these guys full steam ahead on our petroleum, we're not going to have the oxygen to feed all of these guys. Right now, we could probably manage 3 or 4 ranches on the CO2 we've got. We're also augmenting that by dumping any CO2 the dupes breathe out into here. Speaking of the dupes breathing, okay, I do have airflow tiles in these. Are you just stuck there or are you idle? You're stuck. Why are you stuck? The suit docks always give me stress. So, I'm not sure how to deal with that, but at least we have access to some stuff to make it work somehow or another. It'll be fine. Everything will be fine. Nobody stress out. And by nobody stress out, I mean Nether, don't stress out. Alright, so that is set up. Let's actually turn this off again. That way we can redo our thing. So, bridges are how you do priority. Yes, it allows you to move pipes across each other, but bridges will do priority. If a pipe is going through a bridge input and then going somewhere else, it will always go to the bridge first, and once that line is full, then it will go to the other, then it will go past. It's an overflow system. Same thing on the other side. Since we're bridging onto this, it will always prioritize the main line and will only take stuff from the bridge if there's an empty spot. So we can't overfill this loop doing this. The only way we would overfill this loop is if we did this and then there was an extra blob inside of the machine at the time and then the system shut off. But I think we'll be fine. If we have to take a blob out, we'll take a blob out. There, you know, it's close enough that we can build onto it. That all being said, let's do a little sweepy sweep over here. We're going to go like that. We're also going to come down here and turn this stuff off. That way nobody sweeps down to there. We're going to do a reasonably high sweep command on this. We're not going to sweep the petroleum because we're just going to reopen that. Once they've swept up in here, once they've swept this junk out of here, we'll put in that heavy watt conductive joint plate again. And our system should be good to go as far as our freezer is concerned. For the sake of let's deconstruct that, and that'll be fine. Once this is, see, I knew it. Not that I knew, but I had this sneaking suspicion that we were going to have to break in here again. That is what it is, though. You know, as much as I like to do fully integrated systems, it does lend itself to this situation where you've got a lot of stuff to make sure you don't make mistakes on. There's very little room for error, so it's always good to leave yourself access until you've seen the system work for a long time. Once the system is working, it's a different story. You know, like, and again, we should high priority that. Okay, I was talking how to get ingredients into places, right? I'm going to put a few things down over here. I think it'll help with the fact that it's going to be ugly in here if we put 2 doors there. Lower priority on our wish list as far as things we need the dupes to do. I'm going to shift this back over to here, just so that when we empty it, we're doing a little better with that situation. Overall, I'm pretty impressed with how this is coming together. There were a couple of streams there where it was just like an absolute shit show, and I was like, I don't know how we're gonna deal with this. There were a couple of moments where I was like, should I just start over? I mean, this is a great seed, but like, did I just like over entangle myself a bit? And I'm gonna go with no. We're good. We're good. Untying the knots is part of the mid to late game. I think it's also one of the things that puts people off that are newer players in getting to the late game. Ooh, we're gonna see them put the egg in. Bloop. Good job, Luke. Good job. How many eggs do we have here? 24 eggs. So yeah, we're spinning up to the point where barbecue is becoming a reasonable thing to live off of. If we look up here, we've got 73,000 pickled meal, but that was at like 90,000 last time, and we've already taken things offline. So we're eating through that very slow because of the amount of barbecue. Meanwhile, we're still actually dropping any wild animals we print out of the pod over on this tile. We're eventually going to have to move this tile. It's going to be in our way. This space down here I'm looking at, this is probably going to turn into our storage, both for, you know, items and for animals. I can't think of what else we're going to be doing with this space, and we could expand this down a little bit, which I think we're going to do. What we'll probably do is bring this wall down right next to this chlorine gas vent, but give ourselves some sort of liquid lock to get in over here, and then we'll eventually use our chlorine gas over here for something. What that is, I'm not 100% sure. We could make a decontamination chamber, but honestly, a decontamination chamber, I don't really need that. I generally prefer to overflow my water into other systems. Like, rather than decontaminating the clean water that has germs in it, and using that in some sort of air or whatever system, I usually like to just overflow it into bristleberry so we don't have to deal with it. Conversely, you can also do that by overflowing your dirty water into thimblereed, but we don't have thimblereed yet, and we've got plenty of reed fiber from our Drecos. Actually, we've only got 28 units. Hang on. We've only got 28 units of reed fiber. Why? Is this on? Oh, you son of a bitch. I accidentally disabled this. Let's get that up to a high priority. Glad I caught that. Sometimes running your mouth leads you in the right direction. What we might put down here is we might move the hatch ranch down to this level. Could we do that? We could do that, right? Yeah. So we got our work cut out for us today. We're gonna empty this. And how is our loop looking? All right. Let's see how this loop looks. This is above -50, which is going to keep this thing running pretty flat out. All right, we're turning on. Our water's going through. This has got to be above 27. That's kicking on. Our petroleum layer is there. Liquid cooling loop is doing its thing. Yeah, this thing's heating up, but immediately cooling down. You can see it flash between green, yellow, and orange. If you don't have a dedicated cooling system for it, immediately cramming it on -50 is not the best idea. We're not necessarily trying to get it all the way down to -50, but, you know, I like to keep this a little extra cool because when the food comes out, it does have temperature. So if you keep this right at freezing, when you drop the hot food in here, that's when problems start to happen. You can already see this is starting to come down in temperature. We want this to be really friggin' cold. We're talking cold, cold. But the steel that we use to build stuff obviously came out hot from our production, so it's going to take a little while. I mean, not a long while. You can see where this is going already. Basically, what we're doing is taking all the heat out of here and dumping it here. And then we're taking all the heat out of there and dumping it in here, and then that's getting deleted by this steam turbine. In addition, we're taking all the heat out of here, keeping this nice and chill, theoretically. The reason being that we need this thermal injector set up to keep this mass of water cool so that when this turns into steam, it automatically just immediately condenses down. This system means that we don't need these radiant pipes here. I thought this would be enough to deal with the whole thing. It's not. So these radiant pipes are going to get pulled out of there because we don't need them picking up extra heat from here. We just don't. So eventually we're going to fix that. Like I said, once the water starts to get low in here. Hi, Sergeant. How you doing? The deep freeze is starting to come online. Aren't you proud of me? All right, let's take a quick pause here because we got to deal with the other systems. Yeah, did they announce the release date? Am I going to have to start another playthrough? I really haven't been keeping up about it. Next week. Fuck. Next week's the beta. Okay. Okay. Let's do a little filtering. What's okay, what's it about? Never, I'll go and read about it. Because I'm going to be sad if we have to abandon this playthrough, but I'm not going to miss out on playing the DLC when it comes out, so. Steam shop page is already up. Okay, shit. Alright, I'm going to look at that tonight then. Okay. Alright, let me make sure I get these right. Mealy. Okay, so we don't want any. We don't want any ingredients going in here. So barbecue, fried mushroom, gristleberry, lice loaf, muckroot, nutrient bar, omelet, pickled meal, spicy tofu. Those are the things we know, right? We're going to go in there at a priority of 5. We're going to allow manual use. Then same settings basically over here, but at a 6, we're going to go down to edible. We're going to do fried mushrooms, gristleberry, barbecue, lice loaf, not meat, muckroot. Actually, I don't want muckroot. We'll go omelets, pickled meal. We'll leave nutrient bars and muckroot out of this one. I want to get them into the freezer just so they're not lying around anywhere. They don't actually have to be frozen. This is going to be at a 6. This is going to be at a 5. That way we don't wind up with a loop. And we're not going to put 100 kilos in here. We're going to put 3 kilos in here. And then all of these are going to get dropped down. Let's put all of these on like a 4. Right? Now what that should do... is all of the food should now go into this tile. Except for what's in the refrigerator. And we'll be able to use this to control what they eat. Once we've got enough barbecue on deck that we can just do barbecue. Okay, so you're grabbing food out of there. The sweeper pulls it from the corner, puts it in there. Perfect. Okay, so system works. System works. Now we got to set up ingredients. Gas-wise, that looks like it's doing what it needs to do. Liquid-wise, that's doing what it needs to do. So let's rebutton this situation. And then this should be done. This whole system here should be done. And we can go back to working on what we're doing here. I'm really excited that they're putting out a DLC. I really am. It took me a lot of getting used to on... took me a lot to get used to the current Spaced Out content. Because I didn't even play this game before Spaced Out came out. But what I did do is watch a fuck ton of other people's videos, right? And obviously most of that, where I'm getting at here, is... Alright, so we're going to put that there. Right? Right. And because of that, all of my experience watching is basically... was watching people play the vanilla. To be honest, Spaced Out is Ani too. Yeah, kind of seems like it. But I don't know. Now that I've played with Spaced Out, I can't actually picture playing without it. Like, I think about it and I'm like, would I want to do the traditional classic Rocket style? And I think the answer is no. Like, at first I was like, man, this adds a challenge that's unnecessary. And I think maybe for new players, it might be more appropriate for them to, Ooh, I need to actually, if we're going to use Jonathan, we got to get that thing online. I think for new players, it can be a bit overwhelming having to build the spaceships. I think the original, the vanilla version, was a lot more accessible, is the way I'd put it. Hey, Nether, how are you doing this fine day? I'm doing good, Killer. How are you doing? Got my meds in me, got my cup of coffee, got the game going. We're doing all right today. Yeah, it's a good question. Hey, Zed's in here, too. Let's do a shout-out for Zed while we're at it. Zed 3900. Guys, you got to check out Killer and Zed. Sergeant, you don't stream, right? I tend to forget things. Included the Frosty Planet pack. Ooh, Frosty Planet. I'm gonna wind up asking you a lot of questions. Feel free to say, Nether, just read the goddamn patch notes. But, you know, since I'm live, is it supposed to be something like, are they just adding a lot of new planets and critters and stuff like that, and like all that, or are there complete reworks of entire mechanics? Like, are we looking at a point, like, basically what I'm saying is, well, if it's a Frosty Planet pack, it sounds like we're probably going to want to start a new playthrough on one of the new planets. It's a content pack. Okay. One new asteroid. Okay. In your opinion, is there anything in there that changes the game so dramatically that old save files would be broken if you updated them? From the images, 2 new critters, 6 new plants. Okay. Ani Killer. The new DLC for Ani's coming out next week, Sergeant said. Oh, no, I already did this wrong. This is what happens when you design things as you're falling asleep. Frosty Planet Pack. You'll excavate the frigid landscape of a brand new starting planet to explore new biomes, master thermoregulation, and harness new technology to build a mega colony that can truly conquer the elements. I like those words. Those are all really good words. Let me actually make some sense of this goddamn thing. So we're going to snip that there. We're going to put one of these here. And then this is going to overflow up to here. That's what we're doing. Then down here... This is where we're going to put our liquid shutoff. That's right. Like, you have to be careful about melting the floor. And some sort of geothermal point of interest in the depths of the asteroid. Alright, so yeah, we're going to be starting a new playthrough next week, apparently, guys. That's... Not going to lie, that feels like a little dagger in the heart, because I'm really loving this planet, but... Oh, God, okay. We're probably going to be starting a new playthrough whatever day the DLC comes out. Even though you drink something, I did hydrate. By the way, Nether, don't forget to hydrate. Oh, we redeemed hydrate. Hell yeah. Yeah, definitely going to have to jump on that. It's going to be sad to say goodbye to this colony. Maybe we'll revive it later, but at the very least, we'll take what we learned. I'm kind of sad now. Kind of sad. I had such grand plans for this planet. It's a little bit of a dagger to the old heart, honestly. Have a wonderful stream and hopefully see you later today. Sorry, it sounds good. You have a good one, Killer. Alright, so this does mean I can get a little bit more reasonable with this. Okay, so let's say we put the let's say we put a reservoir here for our oil wells, right? So we put the reservoir here, it comes out the output and goes to this pipe. That's easy enough, right? That means we can kind of make our loop a little nicer here. Okay, good, good. We're gonna, I think with the cooling we have, we don't have to make this out of steel. But, you know, we're being flagrant with our use of it. We've got 5.6 tons of steel, and it looks like we're going to be starting a new playthrough next week anyway, so let's, you know, let's just go freaking ham with the thing. We're going to bring that in there. We're going to take this output, and we're just going to jump over and go to there. Kapow. That means we can make this a little bit nicer. We'll bring this along here, and then go up. We could jump over this. Would that be cleaner? What would be cleaner? Wouldn't be able to double jump. It all kind of sucks. Okay. What we'll do is we'll put that there. That there, and we'll do one of these, and that should be reasonably clean. This whole line is going to be unnecessary. I'm going to remove this just because even though like it's there, and I'm like, yeah, we might use it one day. I just want it out of my brain a little bit here. Yeah. So okay, guys. So next week we're going to be starting a new playthrough of Oxygen Not Included. Depending on how we do, where we get to, what the situation is, maybe we'll wind up coming back to this one and just integrating the new content into this playthrough. It really depends on how the new content works with the current saves and everything. I do absolutely love this seed. To have 2 volcanoes and 5 oil wells and just we have access to all the things that I like to play with. This is pretty much a perfect example of the type of seed I like to play on. It's the right size, it's the right resources, it's the right heat, it's the right everything. So, like I said, hopefully we'll be able to integrate this. But, I mean, the thing is, I've played on a lot of good maps. As long as you, what do you call it? I don't think I've played on any seeds that were absolutely terrible unless we intentionally made them absolutely terrible for the sake of a challenge. So I'm not gonna worry too much about it. This loop for our industrial cooling is going to continue to change little at a time. There's just no real way around it. It just is what it is. Okay. I did learn a lot from this playthrough. This section here, as much as it's been a pain in the ass to put together, I'm damn proud of the way this section works. I think I could make it a little bit more efficient, like not having to have this steam turbine up here and somehow moving all of this stuff close enough down here. You know, we could have theoretically, instead of having this aqua tuner have its own setup here, we could have just stuck another aqua tuner in, like maybe shift our one for our base over a little bit and have one here that just comes up and like deals with the door and the thermal regulator up here. But all in all, I think I like the way this is coming out. You know, nothing's ever going to be perfect unless you plan the entire map. Hey, welcome back from the gym. How was it? Are you all swole now? New DLC's coming out next week, Barb. Sergeant's telling us about it right now. Oh, Jonathan's about to erupt. Oh, in 0.9 cycles. Gotta stay on top of that. So yeah, we're starting a new playthrough next week, Barb. Because we want to play on the new planet. So unfortunately, right as we're getting our colony looking good, Steam Shop page is already up with some teaser images and gifts. I'm looking forward to that. I can't believe I actually broke our nature reserve, so I think we might have to get on top of fixing that real quick. That being said, we might as well put it where we want it. I'm going to move this guy down here, and we're going to steal some power over to... No, maybe not there. Come on now. Come on now. Yeah, actually, let's come this way. Come down to here. Copy those settings. I mean, if it's broken, we might as well break it all the way. Let's get a system in place for dumping our ingredients into our refrigerator over here. I think for now, we're just going to stick this down here. Yeah. So we'll just do that. Priority that as a higher thing. So boop. That way our mechatronics engineer gets at it real quick. For now, we'll take a line off of this. Okay. Copy settings, paste those onto the new one, deconstruct this bad boy. Yeah, that's got to be killer, right? Yeah, we're going to have to scrub killer. Killer, come over here and get a little bit of a brain wipe. You're a little too stressed out because I broke the nature reserve. We'll take him out of digging for now. We're not doing digging at the moment. We're just kind of doing construction and breakdown. So we'll take him out of digging. That should mean he doesn't get as stressed. Okay, this is moving on to hatches. That's good. Hey, looking good inside that that milkshake machine there, buddy. Looking good. Come on, Jonathan. Man. Like I said, I'm gonna be a little sad to see this planet go. We have such a good team. Speaking to me, telling me I'm going, yes. I'm in a singing kind of mood today, guys. I'm listening to a band called Dog Fashion Disco. My friends always make fun of me. They're like, "No, every band you listen to has like some weird animal in the title." Because I like their dogs were astronauts, Dog Fashion Disco. And then one day, my friends came over and they were like, "Hey, are you listening to anything new?" I was like, "Yeah, I found this band called Bird Eats Baby." They were like, "Why is every band an animal band with you?" And I'm like, "I don't know, man. I like weird shit." Weird people name things like, you know, name things after after their favorite animals. I don't know. It's not like I make any sense. So, you know, whatever it is, it is. Bird Eats Baby is a fun band. No matter what happens, there's going to have to be crossover with these bad boys. I was thinking, like, would it make more sense to flip-flop these? But probably not. Okay, we're getting to the point where we've got a little bit of extra liquid on our cooling loop. This is another thing we got to try not to overflow it. But it's going to fill really slow because we're pulling it off of our toilet overflow. I should probably put a temp shift plate in here. I truly don't want to waste... I know it sounds crazy. I don't like using my diamond if I don't have to. So let's put, like... Let's put a granite temp shift plate there. And maybe another one, like, here? Yeah, let's put a couple of temp shift plates there. That might inject a little bit of heat into our insulated tiles, but I don't care. I'm going to try and sweep a few things up, get this place looking a little cleaner now that we actually have the power to deal with this. Is Killer nicely cooked? Alright, Killer, we need you to get back into this. We don't need you into demolition. We do need you into suit sustainability. And I think we're going to leave him there. We don't really need him doing anything else other than building, and I need to fix our problem with our... we need to fix the problem with me breaking the nature reserve. Theoretically, I could just make this building smaller, and we could get a park instead of a reserve, right? Park. Max size 64 with 2 wild plants, +3 instead of the +6 from this one. I half heard that line and thought you said, "Is Killer finally cooked?" And I thought you switched to Rimworld for a second. Oh, no. We skill scrubbed Killer because I broke the nature reserve, so we don't have as high a morale, and we're getting some stress going here. I might slap in a quick massage parlor. But since the nature reserve is broken, I think it's time we make a few moves here. Because we're going to be able... Now we're able to get rid of this kitchen, so... Yeah, I did say last week that I wanted to focus this week on getting the base together. So, let's do that. We need ingredients in here. We're going to allow manual use over here. Cooking ingredients. Yeah, we could put all our pinch of pepper in there. Now, as far as edible goes, bristleberry, lettuce, meal lice, meat. And I don't think we have any other ingredients on the list there. Do we need to set any priority on this? Realistically, no. All the ingredients will go here. The sweeper here, we'll pull them out and put them in the grill, and then eventually we'll have more kitchens, theoretically. I say theoretically because, of course, now we're getting into the concept of starting a new playthrough already. So let's start getting switched over here a little bit to what we our main plan. We'll have our proper ladder system. I like the way this ladder system goes. It comes right down here to our ranches. They come out, they do their thing. There's no crazy, like, long commute to get there. So that's solid. We are just dropping shit down here, huh? So an eventual plan in my brain would actually be to put a sweeper down here. I'd have to move this automation wire, but I think what I would do is I'm going to put a sweeper down here and a loader, so that when they drop stuff, because they will always drop stuff on the ladder, it would just pick it up and send it up to central storage. But we don't actually have a central storage yet, so, you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. Yeah, we're gonna dig this out. We're gonna try and get a nature reserve and proper. We're gonna try and get ourselves a proper Great Hall Nature Reserve setup going today. That's the goal. Stress is still on Killer. Are you scrubbed properly? Alright, Killer is scrubbed properly. Their stress will go down over time. Let's put them as an improved construction person. Princess Leia and Gertrude are still in the gym. Athletics of 11 on Leia, 3 on Gertie. So let's just keep that going the way it is. That is there. This will eventually be solid tile, but for now, let's just kind of run ladders over to here. We're going to delete these doors. Let's put that on buildings. I gotta download that mod. Excellent. Our ice boxes are nice. Very nice. Deep freeze, deep freeze. Wonderful. Okay. So now we don't have to worry about rot, like at all. So, it does look like our calories are coming down a little bit. So, at this point now, I don't mind if we overproduce a little bit. That's, you know what? We're going to add rot piles to this. Nice ice, baby. Yes. Yes. Bring me all the cheese. Those broken down. Let's get those out of there. Aw, I just, you know, I've really kind of fallen in love with this playthrough, quite honestly. It's gonna be a little sad, I'm not gonna lie. I was really just starting to get really on board with this whole thing. Let's build ladders here. Oh, they can't actually reach that. We're gonna have to build a ladder to delete a ladder. Fair enough, game. Fair enough. Oh, I guess I should put curative tablets somewhere. Not really, though. I mean, they can go wherever they go. Did I allow manual use on this? I did. So we should have ingredients going in there. We probably don't have a lot of ingredients, right? Meal ice 1842, and it's going right into the grill. Okay, that's why there's not a lot of ingredients in there. That's fine with me. We are going to delete all of that, all of that. We're going to delete that. That's going to come over to there. This no longer needs to be here. That was to keep the nature reserve sorted. This whole ladder system is going to go... Oh god, so much about this is about to change. So much about this is about to change. Like, we're going to delete this. This whole ladder is going to go. That's going to go. This door is going to go. Printables. I don't even want to look at the dupes. Actually, oh man. Okay, no. Don't even look at the dupes. Don't even look at the dupes. We don't have time to fuck around. We got to make sure this this whole thing goes well. Right, that goes to there. Then we put another grill here eventually when we get to the point where we've got enough food to be doing that. The air systems are going to get moved a little bit as well. We're going to put that there. Same thing. We're going to start deleting out these tiles. We don't need them there. You and you can go. What we'll do is we'll bring that there. We're going to delete this. Those are going to go. Actually, I want these to be at this level instead. We can put one. I don't even want that there because that's gonna that whole ladder system is gonna go. So we're gonna come up through here for this situation. That can go. We can put ladders here. Those are gonna go. That ladder can go. That can go. Let me make sure everything is still flowing properly and I'm not accidentally deleting stuff. Alright, cooling loop is doing alright. Alright, we're gradually filling up a little bit in our buffer tank, which is good. Like I said, I don't want that to get out of control, but we do need it to fill up. Our hydrogen loop looks like it's doing its job and not over or under filled. That's fantastic. A little bit of Final Fantasy VII there for you guys. Love that game. We'll sweep that stuff up. We will put you, and you there. We'll also break down this situation. We'll break down this situation. You can stay there temporarily. We'll sweep. I'm just in a sweepy mood today. We're going to sweep a few things up. Hey guys. Hey guys. Come on now. Lou is passing out there next to the research station. Let's get this built. There we go. There we go. My fault entirely. Shouldn't have deleted him that quick. Is this a regular hatch? Yeah, that's a regular hatch. Let's get you out of there, bud. Okay. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? We don't need a skill scrubber at the moment, but I'm always nervous that we're going to need one like in a pinch. So we're going to quickly just reset one up over here. That way we can deconstruct this guy. Break that wire there. We're going to wind up moving our wire systems as well. I like to have these running up and down the main line here, but, you know, it is what it is for now. Oh, look, it's that nice colony builder. How was the name? Something, Oxygen, something. How you doing, Emily? Welcome in. Are you stoked about the DLC next week? Sergeant just told us that it's coming out. I wasn't paying attention because I was doing other things. You know, RimWorld, Civ 6, Palia. I got a lot of games I play. I really should cull the list of games, but we're going to be starting a new colony next week when the DLC comes out. Which is sad, but, you know, also happy. A little bittersweet moment. Stoked to play the new DLC. Gonna be sad to see this planet go. News just a few minutes ago. I'm excited. Me too. Me too. None of that needs to be there. It finally happened, Emily. I finally accidentally broke the nature reserve, so we're doing a overhaul of the base now because last week I said I wanted to work on that this week, so no time like the present. We had to skill scrub one of the dupes because without the nature reserve they were getting stressed as fuck. So we're making some changes at the moment. What those changes are going to be long term. God. You know what? Let's just deconstruct this whole setup here. It is absolute dog shit anyway, so can they not reach this? No, that's fine. Over here, yeah, this battery doesn't need to be here anymore. I don't know what we're going to do with this tank of hydrogen, but I don't want this over here, so... I'm pretty sure if you deconstruct one of these, it drops the canisters. Am I right on that? Does anybody know for sure? I'm always nervous about deconstructing things that have inventories, because I'm like, does it drop the canisters, or does it just dump hydrogen into our base? I mean, either way, it's not the worst thing in the world since it raises, but I would prefer if it drops in canisters, because otherwise I could utilize it for other things. I'd rather run pipes than have to deal with a bunch of hydrogen filling the top of our base. Reed fiber is going up again because I enabled this thing. Alright, we can put this back down to a normal priority. Salt is either useful or funny. True, true, true. I mean, at one point or another, we're just going to rip... I mean, well... I keep saying that as if this playthrough is going to last forever, but the plan eventually is to just rip the ceiling off of this and vent any gases we don't need. You know, put like a liquid lock type system. Well, we already have a liquid lock here, but basically just like roof this in a little bit in a couple of spots and then just rip the ceiling off and vent all the gases we don't want to deal with out. And then start building into space. You know, like I said, I have that Dreco farm, industrial-sized Dreco farm that I want to put in. That's 2 Dreco farms, 2 glossy Drecos, and a pip ranch so that we can have the dirt to feed the glossies on the mealwood indefinitely. So, oh, Jonathan. This is wrong, I think. Oh, God. There's too much magma there. I think I made this one too short. Fuck. I don't think it'll screw the system up too badly, but we might end up deleting some magma here. And I'm gonna have to break in there and deal with it one way or the other, right? You know, I had a feeling I did this too short. I was like, I thought it was 10. I thought that needed to be the 10th tile, but I think this actually needs to be 10. Oof. Okay, so I mean, it's easy enough to fix that. We would just put 2 tiles there. It's just a matter of cracking in here without exposing the thing to vacuum. Son of a bitch. Okay. We got to be real particular about how we do this, right? So let's say I wanted to break these 2 tiles. We would need a blob of liquid there. So then we would break these 2 tiles and put a blob of petrol there. Oof. Yes. Yes. Alright, danger. Danger safe. Danger close. We're gonna break into the volcano chamber from the base. This is a terrible idea. Never do this. They're coming for you, Jonathan. They're coming for you. Like I said, I don't think it'll fuck us up too bad, but it will end up deleting magma on us, so I don't want that to happen. Now, the idiot dupes are probably going to stand in the magma when they do this. Oh, okay, good, good, good. Love the way you're... Love what you're doing, Al. Love what you're doing. Nobody go in there. And we are going to re-brick that. Actually, hang on. Where do I want to re-brick this? Now, you know what? We'll re-brick it here. That's dangerous. Actually, hold on, hold on. My name is Linus now. They actually can stand in magma just fine as long as they aren't submerged. Okay, cool. Good to know. I'm gonna need a switch. I know this sounds insane, but I'm going to build this out of steel, and I'm going to build this wire out of steel. We're going to go in here. We're going to grab a mechanized airlock, again, also out of steel. Is it really a volcano build if you don't have to be terrified to deal with magma at one point or another? When in suits, of course. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so that should function better now, and I know for the future. I counted this 1,000 times when I was looking at the picture, and I was like, this feels wrong. It feels like this is supposed to be 10. And I was like, but I looked at the picture and I counted 9 here 1,000,000 times, and I was like, I guess that makes sense because it'll go out to here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this will be problematic and the magma won't go over and whatever. Maybe I just designed the tank wrong, but We'll never know unless we try, right? And at least we'll be able to take that knowledge into our new playthrough when the DLC comes out. Okay, that being said, should we try to turn this system? No, I don't want to turn it on. Not just yet. Now, when that does that, it might actually crush the magma down or sideways. Okay, okay. I mean, if we cycle the magma, it won't do anything until we start putting petroleum in, right? Okay. I think I want to see if this... yeah, let's cycle this. So I think what we got to do is do a quick one of these. That timer is going. Yeah, we've got a little bit of extra magma in here. Yeah, okay, that's the deal. Okay, so I will never forget that now. This distance has to be 10 tiles. It'll overflow just a little bit. Okay. Good to know. Okay. Okay. That just made my brain not function very well. Actually, that switch is in a terrible spot. That switch is in a terrible spot. We're gonna move you there. That way I can actually brick this in again. No, I don't know. I won't brick it in. I'll leave that there for now in case we have to deal with it. Like, in case we have to get back in there. I don't think we will, but I don't want to have to delete the switch to emergency build a tile there. I'd rather just be able to emergency build the tile, if that makes any sense. Flip that off. Deconstruct this. You know what? I don't know where this playlist went, but I don't like where this playlist went. Let me switch to a different playlist. Ooh. I think I'm gonna listen to the soundtrack for the show Arcane. I love that soundtrack. If the whole thing is on here. Yes, okay. Season 2 of Arcane is coming out soon as well. There's a lot of cool stuff going on out there in the world. Arcane is probably my favorite animated media of all time. You know what? I'm going to put a tile... I'm gonna build these in. Because they're just gonna keep walking through them. And if we put one here, we might as well put one here. Arcane is also the best game movie adaptation in existence. Agreed. Agreed. People have tried for so long to make game media, like alternate media other than games. Arcane just nailed it out of the park. I mean, what did it take them? 9 years or something of development to do it, I believe. It was like the first 3 years was them trying to do it on their own. Then they realized that it was not up to snuff. So then they spent another 3 years putting a team together, like partnering and building relationships and putting a team together and training everybody, and then spent another 3 years redoing the entire series before it came out. I mean, now they have like an entire freaking team dedicated to it and partners that are really badass at it. What is that studio? Fortiche Studio, I think it is, something like that in France. There have been some good video game adaptations the past few years. Sonic, Mario. Yeah, there have been good ones, but like Arcane is a great one. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to forsake Sonic or Mario or any of those other ones. Even the Mario one from the 90s was a lot of fun, I got to say. It was a little cheesy, but, you know, cheese is good, especially with some wine and cheeseburgers. Just being ridiculous right now, actually. But there have been a lot of good video game adaptations. But as far as great video game adaptations, I gotta say, Arcane really just hit the mark. They just hit all the right buttons. Like, you don't have to know the game to like Arcane. Arcane tells a story of the characters so well that even if you don't know anything about League of Legends, you can watch Arcane and be like, holy shit. The relationships, the character development, the story, the way everything comes together is just so beautiful. I don't know how else to put it. It's just so beautiful the way they did it. It's an amazing story, regardless of it being a story about a video game. So that's why I think it's such a great series. We've got 13 tons of refined carbon. We are not crushing any more lime, but we've got 930 kilos. We have time to deal with that. Okay. Now for some of those changes we gotta make. Nightmares and fantasies into the wasteland underneath. Okay, I got it paused and I'm doing the old beard stroke moment because I'm trying to make some decisions. We're going to have to shuffle a few things around. There's a bunch of projects we're going to do while we do this, but I've got to think here. So we're going to convert these 2 floors to be additional barracks / bedrooms, right? Which means these have to move. We talked about this. The ranch, I think the hatch ranch is probably just going to get moved down here. It seems like a reasonable place to put it, right? And we don't need to line all these doors up like this. I have this extra space specifically for the bedrooms. We could put the doors for the hatch ranch here and still have plenty of space for nonsense and shenanigans. So, how much space do we... If we put the doors here... That's 100 tiles. So that would bring us... So we could go with 1 door and an airflow tile instead of 2 doors, and then just leave this corner on for the for this build. We could just... Yeah, we could do a few little things like that. How much water is in here right now? 158 kilos. We'll let that keep doing its thing. Okay. Yeah. Now, I'd say moving the hatch ranch is not a top priority, but let's say we do move the hatch ranch down here. That should be fine. I don't think there's going to be any other in-base ranches as far as that's concerned. So that moves this out of our way. I mean, we don't need to do this project right now. I'm just trying to plan for it because the more important project is getting our nature reserve back on board, and getting ourselves a grand hall. As I said, we're not going to have more than 16 dupes. I might give space for just a little bit more than that, but we're going to leave this. This is going to be our science room, right? So that's a for sure thing. Let's noodle with that just a little bit. So yeah, it's time to do a little bit of rebuilding here. So we're going to put a couple of airflow tiles here just to make that easier. Then we're going to do this. And then these doors are going to get deconstructed. We don't have to worry about breaking the laboratory right now because we don't have any research going on. Also, I'm probably eventually going to put a sweeper in here as well so that anything that comes out of here gets sent to storage or wherever it's appropriate to go. Let me keep an eye on calories. 58,000 pickled meal. That's fine. Oh, is it fine? I don't know. I'm really playing a dangerous game trying to jump from pickled meal all the way to barbecue. We should probably have done an interim piece of food. Yeah, so those temp shift plates there, we no longer have water just like laying on the floor there, which is going to help with the way the steam moves. That was a good call. What I'd like to do is actually... We're going to leave this as the Duplicant gym. And I think we're going to put the training barracks back here, if that makes any sense. That way, like, the dupes that we're training live here, come out and get on the wheels, come out and grab their meal, then go back to the barracks here. So, let's start working on that, theoretically. And I really don't like the look of the sandstone with the true tiles. So I think we're going to try and switch over to all igneous rock. It'll be a little toasty, but we've got our cooling system in place. Then we'll come back over here and deal with this nonsense. Like I said, we're going to let Jonathan's tank back up just a little bit before we actually start pumping crude in here. But we're in a good situation, so... And I think we're all set up to swap our lines over. Yeah, so once this starts running, and we've got enough petroleum in here that I'm happy about the buffer on our petroleum, we just bloop, connect that, and then we can actually just deconstruct this, because I know that drops as a bucket, or a container, and then we have a bunch of petroleum that we can just access until I find a spot to put a little temporary petroleum tank. Not a temporary, like a tiny one that we can, we have this here, right? So, actually, never mind. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm thinking about too many things all at once. Okay. Focus, Nether. Focus. So why am I thinking about all this? Because I want to get these dupes out of here, the ones that are in training. Princess Leia, how close are you to actually being useful for the community? Athletics of 11 with 5 skill points. 1, 2, 3, 4... Alright, we're going to leave her in there for 1 more skill point. I want her to at least be able to get into critter ranching 1. 11's a little bit low, but I mean, even Barb doesn't have huge athletics. Barb is at 8. Are you in a suit currently, Barb? Yeah, they're in a suit, so... Yeah, so... Well, I think, how do we look at what they are before... Bio. Total athletics 8. Skill of 14, minus 6 from the suit. Okay, so if we were to bring Al out at an 11, they would wind up running at a... Oof. Yeah, that wouldn't be great. But, or not Al, Princess Leia. Okay. We'll let them run a little bit longer. That being said, we do have to do some construction in here, so we might have to let them just go idle for a little while, right? Okay. Yeah, and like you said, let's just deconstruct this thing. I don't need this here right now. Either way, like Sergeant said, it'll either be useful or funny or something like that. Whatever you said. What else? What else? What else? All right, I think we might want to move these. Yeah, let's move the oxygen distribution system. Let's kind of just shift this out to here. We're just going to move it over a little bit. So this was coming down the other side. So yeah, so we want a line that comes down over here. Do that. This is not an exact science, right? So, I mean, it is kind of an exact science. What we're going to do is, like we were talking about earlier for the newer people, we're going to use our bridges as a priority system. So they're always going to go to the suit docks first. So we're going to build this like that, just so it's a little cleaner. We need to do the same thing over here once we get that going. That one might end up being just a little bit awkward because we want that to jump there, but... So we'd have to put that... Okay, so we want this to bridge on, but then we need it to prioritize the suits. So we're going to bridge on there and then bridge off again there. And then this one, because we're alternating floors, right? And then that one's going to wind up going there. So this floor will look a little less. Well, we'll throw an extra situation in there. All right, let's get all that built. I would like by the end of the day to have this whole section of the base reconfigured. Like I said last week, the base being reconfigured is the main goal of this week. Hey, what did they announce? What day, Sergeant? There have been some good video game Oh yeah, I saw that already. What, Sergeant, or anybody else, Emily, anybody who's read the page? Are there any? Is there a date? Like, is it coming out on Monday or Wednesday, or like, do we know what day we're getting it? Early next week, so they haven't gotten a full... Okay, no date yet. Hydrate. Thank you, Aya. Or, yeah, it was Aya. Okay, so we're just going to have to keep our ear to the ground on that one. I'm starting to wonder if we should even make a legit steam room. Like I mean, because this is working great, and we're not working at any type of pace where we can't keep up with processing. We could always stick another one of these in, like, over here. I don't think we would need more than 2 refineries going at any given time with the small population. So... yeah, we might not go that direction then. I don't know. I love the idea of a steam room, but sometimes I feel like it is a little bit much. Okay, how are we doing down here? misery. Nobody wants to be my enemy. I am very much in a singy mood. Let's all sing and dance around the kitchen together. Oof, I might end up having to move these again next week. Okay. Fair enough. I love this system. Okay, we are missing a blob here. So there's a blob stuck in there. I don't think it matters. Not overly worried about it. Dupes seem to be getting fed. Okay, so now let's deconstruct these vents. And we'll deconstruct the extra gas pipes now. This will release some oxygen into our base, but I don't care if they wind up with popped eardrums for a half a cycle or two. Whatever, it is what it is. I think we do the same thing with power. Let's clean up the power lines in the base. We're just going to bring everything... Let's just bring each floor that needs power out to the center. And we're going to do that. All right, once we get the wires moved, then we'll start planning out our new Great Hall. I mean, we could put the bathrooms down here, in theory. Would that be better? Okay, so, all right, let's think about this real quick. We got a couple of choices, right? What I'd theoretically like to do with the bathrooms is use the polluted water that comes out of the bathrooms for a ceramics or a clay setup, right? Just basically dump it into a little spot, put in a couple of deodorizers, pull the ceramic out, because I mean that would just make life easy. Then we wouldn't even really We would still need the water sieve, but I wouldn't be worried too much about it. Polluted dirt, I think what we'll do is we'll move the wild sage hatch we have over to where the water sieve is going to be so that the sage hatch eats the polluted dirt and makes us coal passively. It won't be a lot, but it's not like we need a ton of it anyway. We're only going to run a handful of hatches because we don't have an infinite amount of stuff here, and I think you can feed like 2 to 4 hatches off of the igneous rock that comes out of here, so we need coal basically to make diamond for drill cones theoretically. We're gonna progress with this playthrough as if we're gonna stay in it, even though we're planning on moving over to the new DLC soon enough. All right, let me just let them work. So, and then we're gonna want to put in showers as well. I think we're gonna go with my traditional setup of putting the nature reserve in front of the Great Hall. And we'll put the showers and the bathrooms together. I kind of feel like they make sense here, but then it would mean where do we put the ranch? Do we move the ranch up to this floor and have the Great Hall here? I think definitely the Nature Reserve and Great Hall is going to go over here, right? Because it's right next to the kitchen where they're going to grab the food anyway, so we don't want them to go too far. I already feel bad about the fact that they have to go here to grab it. I usually like to put that refrigerator right in front of the doorway of the Great Hall so they can just go like grab food and go in and eat. But you know, we gotta make concessions for the decisions we've already made. So, yeah, we're going to continue to need water for our advanced research. Even when we get into Radbolt and beyond research, all of the technologies require basic and Radbolt and advanced research, right? So we're going to need to make a tiny spot to grab water with a pitcher pump, kind of like this, but not exactly. I think I'm literally going to make like a 2x3 or 2x4 thing, and then probably put in maybe a 3 by something, put in a hydro sensor, and basically we'll have the clean water overflow until the hydro sensor tells it to shut off, and then the dirty water will overflow to a ceramic system. That being said, where do we want to put that whole system, right? Because if we're going to use the water for this, then we kind of want to put the water tank somewhere over here. So it kind of makes sense to put the bathrooms on this level, have the clay over here, and then have that dump water down to somewhere over here. I don't want it to interfere with our... Yeah, I think that's the... Alright, let me do a little bit more math. So we need... So that would be the bedroom and the door at 7. So if we're going to have 4 of these, 14, we need 28 tiles this way, which is over to here. Right, so if we have the bedrooms coming up to here, we can't have anything that interferes with that. But what we could do... Yeah, and if we put the duplicant gym and barracks there, that might get in the way. Maybe we don't put the duplicant gym and barracks, because I'm thinking then we could put, like, the water tank right over here for research. And then all the other... Then the backside of the bathroom could be up here with the clay and the water sieve. And then we'd have plenty of room on this floor for showers and bathroom. The Bat Guy coming in hot. What's going on? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Bat Guy. Posture check. I can posture check. I'm sure there's a stretch and a hydrate coming along with that. Welcome on in, Raiders. Oh, let me pour myself some more water. Oh, I need to get another jug of water. So, anybody who doesn't know, coming in with the raid, I'm Nethercloud. I stream noon to 6, Monday through Saturday. Welcome in, Bat Guy. Everybody go check out Bat Guy. Frosty did an auto shout out. Very awesome person. So we stream noon to 6, Monday to Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we do RimWorld. Tuesday, Thursday, we do Oxygen Not Included. I just found out from Sergeant that we've got a new DLC coming out next week. So as much as I'm in love with this world, next week we're going to be starting a fresh playthrough with the new DLC. And on Saturdays, it's kind of our wild card day. We were playing Myst for a while. This last Saturday, we started a Hollow Knight playthrough. And this Saturday, we're going to be co-streaming with Squiddy WTF from our community, Minecraft SMP, because we're doing an event where we're going to be graffitiing the metro station tunnel that everybody built. All right, hydrate. Excellent. The DLC will be a very early preview, though. Oh, is it beta? Is that what? Maybe we'll stay in this world until the beta is done. Although, I don't know. Well, whatever the case may be. I'll read up on it later and I'll make some decisions and announcements. But for now, I'm going to go start dinner, sir. I'll be back at check-in. Absolutely. Yeah, definitely go take care of yourself. You got to do that post-stream self-care. We're over here just kind of planning our stuff out. I accidentally broke our nature reserve this morning. So no time like the present to... Oh yeah, it totally released the hydrogen up here. Awesome. I don't know what we're going to do with that. Probably dump it into space. I mean, I hate to dump it into space, though. We could use it for something, right? I might be wrong, but that's how I understood it. I'll check. Okay, awesome. All right, so let's get back on board with this situation. So let's say we do bathrooms on this level, right? I think that's probably our best bet to automate everything and keep it all at a normal spot. If that's the case, then I don't really want the duplicant gym here, or the duplicant or the training barracks here. So maybe we actually put the duplicant gym / training barracks down here. Okay, hang on. Okay, so let's think about this. So this is going to move up here. That gives this space. We can't go too far with this. We move the hatch ranch to this level, and then we put the gym and training barracks on this level. We don't really need too much in the way of that, right? Like, if we get crazy, we need 4 of each. So 8 tiles, a doorway, then another 8 tiles. Yeah, I think that's the plan then. That will be the plan. As far as accessing this thing... Actually, let's put the duplicant barracks and gym, I think, on this floor for the training stuff. That way we can come through this floor to access this, in theory, when and if we were to get there. Maybe. Oh, there goes Nightbot, being a better streamer than me. Anybody coming in, if you want to check out the Discord, see what we're... I always announce when I'm streaming, when we have community events, all that good stuff. We've got pictures of kitties and food and all that nice stuff. So the Discord's up there. Also, if you do play Minecraft and you want to join our community SMP, you just got to thumbs up the rules and add your name to the whitelist. It only says we'll be releasing a beta version early next week, so it could be anything between early preview and close to release. Gotcha. Okay, so we're not really going to be abandoning this playthrough. We might jump on the beta for a day just to check out the action. I think that's a good way to look at it. All right, let's continue our cleanup endeavors here. The thing is, though, if we move all that stuff down there, then my whole idea of doing a storage area down here goes out the window. And I want space for a storage area. I mean, we tried to think about how we're going to jam it in here. Maybe we might as well just jam it in here. We don't need anything super crazy, but I do love me some automation, and I do need a little bit of breathing room to make that happen. I like the idea of the bathrooms up above here with that whole system set up. Thank you for following, Jack. Much appreciated. Thunderbolt and lightning-ish storming. Oh, wow. Stay safe. Stay indoors. All right, so focus, Nether. Focus. Let's work on getting our new nature reserve and our finalized Great Hall. Those are the words. Very, very frightening me, Galileo. All right. These can stay open. They don't need to be closed, so we're going to open those. We're also just going to start putting our doorways in along here as well. What do we got on the printables situation? Shine Nymph, Rust. I'm not looking to take on another dupe right here. I don't think we're going to be using a rust deoxidizer, but maybe we will. We're churning through iron to make steel, so I mean, we've got 77 tons of iron ore, so we'll take the rust. We'll take the rust. Maybe we'll play with that later. And again, I kind of want to swap most of our tiles over to igneous. Actually, let's not get crazy with that just yet, but let's put this in here. All right. All right, let's do a little check on our numbers here. So the max size of a nature reserve is 120 tiles. I don't think we're going to go max size. The thing is, I do want enough room to put a decent number of pips in there, because we can get some wild pips to mutate into cuddle pips. That would be fantastic. If we were to go 96 tiles, which is what we would need to put 8 pips in there, that would go over to there, right? God, my brain can't see that. Let's use our dupe as reference. So right under his feet, right here. Put that as a placeholder. So this could be a really nice sized nature reserve if we want to go that big, and that would support up to 8 pips because they need 12 tiles apiece, whether they're wild or tame. That's not the worst thing in the world. And then for a Great Hall, our minimum size is 32 tiles, so we need at least 32 tiles. We're going to probably go substantially more. 32 tiles would be there. We would need a recreation building, decor item, and seats for 16 to 20 dupes. So let's think about that. So let's say we use this as the recreation. We might swap that out for a phone. And then let's talk about possibly doing this with some charm and decor, right? So what if we alternate 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would go quite far over, but I don't know if I don't know if it bothers me if we go quite far over. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so what's our max looking like? What did I say? It was 120 tiles. I can't remember anything. ADHD. Max is 120 tiles. So maximum, we'd be going over to here. We're going to move the Draco farm, by the way. Not today, but, you know, we'll get there. Okay, so if that goes to there, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12... Okay, so we wouldn't exactly be able... I think we go max size Great Hall just so we can cram it with decor. Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Because what we're going to do is this leaky oil fissure here, I had a plan for this. We're just going to let that leak all the way over to the side of the map, and we're just going to leave a spot for it to drip all the way down and join the rest of our oil and stuff down here. We'll have to leave that space on the side of the map, but I'm cool with that. I'd rather use the gravity to let that go all the way over and down. We'll do some cheeky vacuumy things. And then the Draco Ranch is just going to get bolted onto the top of here. Theoretical rocketry program will be over here. This tank is just a temporary measure because we need to make some adjustments into this area. How long is this still going? 16 more cycles? Let's give ourselves a little bit more room on that, because we're temporarily dumping the water we're getting from our steam vent up here because I want to make adjustments to this infinite liquid storage here. And currently, if we break it open, it's just going to explode out and destroy everything here. So instead of pushing the water into this spot, we're just dumping it up here temporarily. And then we'll work off of that for our air until I get this cleaned up nicer. We're basically just going to put a second. We're going to make this twice as large for the infinite storage, redo some of the piping, put 2 pumps in there, one going directly into our hydrogen spam over here, our submerged spam. And then the other one we'll have so we can grab that and bring that other places. All right. This doesn't need to start out this size, though. So, like, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have 9 dupes. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So let's say that's where we go for now, is over to here. And then let's adjust. Let's adjust our Dreco farm just a little bit, right? How are we going to let them in? I might just have them climb over this thing for now. I think that's an okay plan. We'll break that out. Oh, right. I skill scrubbed our dupe. Okay. For now, then, we're just going to put a door. They'll have to come through the Great Hall to get to it temporarily. We'll put that like that, and we'll put a door there. That way, that'll disconnect it. That goes there. That can go away. We're going to put doors in here for airflow. That airflow tile will leave. We'll probably swap some more of this out for airflow. We don't need insulated tile here anymore. So let's swap that over. As I said, I'm trying to get away from the sandstone. We don't have a lot of sandstone. Well, we got 84 tons. We're using the True Tiles mod for the look, if you're wondering why the tiles look different. I don't always use mods. In fact, I think this is the first run we're actually using any type of mods at all. So, you know, I consider this a more casual run, personally. A lot of the community members here have been like, yeah, Nether, this isn't really casual. And I'm like, well, I mean, it's casual for me, I suppose. Let's sweep this stuff out of here because we're not going to have access to it. Cozy testing time. Yeah. When I say casual, what I mean is we're not doing any type of crazy challenges. We're not trying to get, you know, like, okay, we've got 100 cycles to be fully sustainable, which was the last challenge. Zed came up with it, actually. We built a base, and we had 100 cycles to make it infinitely sustainable. And then at 100 cycles, take the hands off. Zed calls it the Nether Zed because he wanted to, you know, make sure we got, yeah, whatever. But I like to call it the 100 cycle hands off challenge. So you have 100 cycle to make a base fully sustainable for 8 dupes. You could bring up or down the skill level of that by lowering the number of dupes or increasing the number of dupes. And then you have to take your hands off the keyboard and watch your colony until it either dies or you've got enough proof that it's fully sustainable, right? And so we got to about 75 cycles, and I was like, I think we're done. Like, we have a cooling loop, we have oxygen, we have food, we have everything we need. And so, plumber that. So I was like feeling pretty happy about the whole thing, and I didn't do the math on the ranches. And unfortunately, like, we had plenty of time. We had done the math on the mealwood. We had a deep freezer, all that. And I was basically like, all right, we're just going to live on mealwood until the dirt runs out. And by then, we should have enough barbecue backed up. I was trying to run the Dreco farms off of naturally growing bomb lily, which is unnecessary because even bomb lily that's planted doesn't require any resources. So that caused problems in and of itself. You know, lesson learned and all that good stuff. We're just going to stick you there. And so what happened is there was not enough barbecue. There was plenty of time to get the ranches up and running, but I would have need to have doubled the number of ranches. We had 2 Draco ranches, and they weren't even running full time because of the mistakes I made with the bomb lily. So basically what I'm saying is we pretty much had plenty of time to make like 3 more Draco ranches, set up a proper evolution chamber. And if I'd have done that, that base would have been sustainable long term. I think the only thing that might have caused problems is the way I had the steam vent set up. Most of its chilling to water was coming from a suboptimal system, but it was working. So maybe. Who knows? But that being said, we'll go back and do another swing at that challenge eventually. I do a lot of extreme challenge type stuff, so I wanted to take a break from trying to force myself to get things done in time constraints. The challenge before that is we did a frozen forest, max difficulty, no teleporters, and we had to get to Home Sweet Home in under a month of streams. At the time, I believe I was streaming Ani 3 days a week, and RimWorld 2. We kind of flip-flopped it since then. So that was intense. We had to fly to our second planet in order to get the resources we need to finish it. We got it just by the skin of our teeth. It was a very, I don't want to say stressful, like, because that sounds like a bad thing. Good stress, though. I'm going to go grocery shopping in a little bit, be back ASB. Sounds good. We'll be here. You know me. I stream for 6 hours a day, so. Can we, I want all that swept. Highest priority, sweep that nonsense, guys. Okay. The reason I'm not going crazy trying to change these tiles yet is we need to do some shenanigans real quick. I would like to move the temporary duplicant barracks. Focus, Nether. Focus. Focus. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Keep doing little projects like this, too, where I'm, like, just deleting extra ladders and such. So I want this out of here because I'm gonna block this in, and that way this becomes a Great Hall. Like I said, they'll have to come through the Great Hall to get up and shear the Dracos over here, but I'm not overly worried about that. Let's put a lower priority sweep in here. Nobody can dig that, so that's fine. We'll deconstruct that. That is gonna go. Our wires are all good. Wires are looking nice. We'll get rid of these bridges. That stuff can go. How's Jonathan the Volcano? Erupts in 10 cycles. Wonderful. Like I said, once this erupts a couple of more times, we get a little bit more of a buffer on our tank here. We'll start running the petroleum generator, or the petroleum boiler, instead of using the oil refinery. What happened to my playlist? Is it still going? You know what? I'm going to listen to this song again. I love the last song from the Arcane soundtrack, the one that plays at the very end scene. It just grabs your heart, man. Love it. And with the True Tiles mod, I really just like the way... I just like the way the igneous rock tiles look better than the sandstone tiles with the True Tiles mod. We'll put that there temporarily. Do we need insulated tiles up here? Up here, no. We put them here to kind of protect the Dracos from getting too cold because of the ice meteors. So this doesn't really matter so much what it is. Could just put another door here, just in case I need access up here. Yeah, that's probably the smart play. We'll leave the airflow tiles here, just in case stuff needs to go up. Okay. We have a nyctophobic dupe, that's why I have a bed off from all the other beds. Princess Leia here needs a light bulb when she sleeps, so we got her an organic light bulb. Alright, we'll put that in there. Get that sorted. I should have just ran this hydrogen from the tank. I thought if we deconstructed the tank, it would drop in canisters, but, you know, live and learn. No matter how much time you have in this game, you still learn new stuff every time you play, right? We're getting real low on dirt, so that barbecue needs to come online, or I'm going to have to emergency build some bristleberry stuff, which is going to be a problem in and of itself, because I'm going to have to cool the water. It's fine. We'll be fine. Everything's great. Let's get these built first so I can get rid of that ladder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's put an extra couple of these in here. Alright, so that counts as a great haul. Fantastic. So we are now officially going to break down all of this stuff right quick. Oh, they can't dig that. Right. I gotta get... The reason I'm doing this is because I accidentally broke our original nature reserve, which is fine because today was the day we were going to move it anyway. So I just figured, like, hey, fuck it. We'll, I want to get the nature reserve back up because we had one dupe leveled into digging, who is not really a digger. I figured since we're dealing with a smaller planet, we just put our builder into digging for a little while. And that way, like, because if you have a dedicated digger on a planet like this, it's like, is that really necessary? Eventually, we're just going to run out of tiles to dig anyway. But I would like to get him back into digging a bit because obviously there's still some more digging to get done over here. But we scrubbed him and just made him exclusively building for the moment because the stress was getting high because I accidentally deleted the nature reserve. So we'll get the nature reserve back up, then we'll get him re-leveled into that. So you know, I never remember. Hold on, I got an image saved of the pip planting patterns. Because no matter how many times I use pips to plant, no matter how many times I do it, I always wind up forgetting how to do it. I know you got to go right to left. I think you can just skip to do every other tile. I think you can do like 3 on, 3 off, 3 on, 3 off, but I also think every other tile works. And of course, I didn't save the image I need. Let's snag a quick Google page. Ani pip planting. I know exactly which one I want to look at. Everything you need to know. Is that the one? Yep, this is the one. This is 15 span, has 8 planets. At long distances, these two will be about even, but the 3x3 is nicer for placing buildings. Okay, so yeah, we can alternate tiles or we can do groups of 3. Every other is slightly less space efficient than 3 on, 3 off. Okay, we'll do 3 on, 3 off then. I mean, we only need 4 is what I'm getting at. So it's not like we need anything crazy, but we might as well put in stuff that... we might as well put in the full shebang because... what do you call? We'll put in stuff that creates beauty. Bristleberry creates beauty, right? And then we get fragrant stuff, so they'll smell flowers, go through a nature reserve. It'll be pretty because of the bristleberry, and then we'll put pips in there. Like, we'll leave wild pips in there, so hopefully they mutate into cuddle pips. So those are our goals for the nature reserve. That being said, how many tiles do we have here? Is this a divisible by 3 number? 24. Yes, it is. So we could go... Let's just use some sort of space holder for now. So we could go 3, 3, 3, 3, and then that would be empty. So if we want to make it cute, we could... that would be... Okay, what if then we just We do it like that. Leave a little extra space in the middle. At least it's symmetrical that way. Obviously not at this level. We're going to make the tiles down here. Huh. I like that. What do you guys think? All right, 3, 6, so that would be 12. If we did every other tile, it would be 12. So it doesn't really matter, but I do like the idea of doing it like this. It might give us some more options as far as building placement goes. So cool. That being said, we're going to have to do some, you guys know, we got to do the cheeky nonsense. You're not going to be happy, but I don't care. So we're going to grab... First tile is going to go there, then we're going to work our way over. So we kind of need solid tiles here, 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 and here to start. If anybody doesn't know this trick, there's a way to make natural tiles. You will lose some mass. Basically, you build a manual airlock and then deconstruct it. And when you do, it drops a quote-unquote natural tile. Now, something I like to do when I'm working with this stuff is I like to pre-build some gas pipes and stuff. So, like, we're going to pre-build insulated gas pipes there. We're going to pre-build insulated liquid pipes there. And we're going to pre-build wires there. That way, if we want to run anything through here, it'll exist inside of the tiles we create, right? All right, there's already electricity running through there. So we're going to put that there. We're going to go into our gas overlay, go 1, 2, 3, and then go there. And then we're going to do it from this side. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, skip 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Then back over to plumbing, insulated pipe, boop, boop, and boop. So that will mean that if we ever do want to run pipes and stuff through there, we don't actually have to fuck up our nature reserve to do it. So what I was saying is, like, so we're going to build this out of can you not get out of there? No, you can. You're just idle. Okay. We're going to build this out of copper, and then when we deconstruct it, when you have all these, what is it, these 7 tiles in place, if these 7 tiles are solid, when you deconstruct it, it'll turn into a copper ore tile. Then we just repeat that process going down the line until we have all the natural tiles we want, and then we put some wild pips up here with some seeds and let them do the work. I'm going to plant bristleberries and put some lights along the top. That way we can get, like I said, the fragrance of the... we can get the smelled flowers buff and the nature reserve buff. And if they mutate into cuddle pips, we can get that buff too. Because everybody's going to have to come through this area to get to the Great Hall over here and eat. So, you know. That'll work out for us. I don't know why I'm still drinking coffee, but I'm still drinking coffee. Cheers, everybody. I think I got a little bit left, too, when I take a break to go snag some. All right. Our pipes built. Our pipes are built. So now we're going to deconstruct this guy. Also, I do want them to sweep this area out. Because I don't want seeds in here that I don't want in here. We're going to manually move up bristle blossom seeds. Killer Jam raiding in with Party 5. How you doing, bud? Welcome on in. Did they patch that? Does that not work anymore? Hang on. Maybe I screwed something up. Let's make those not insulated. If they patched that, I don't know how we're going to fix this. There are methods, but... they didn't patch that. Alright, so somehow I screwed up. Okay. How did I screw that up? Huh. Probably just got overzealous with my clicking. So manual airlock out of copper ore. Looks like I'm bad luck charm for Ani. No, not at all. I'm probably trying to move a little faster than I should. Oh, no. We do not want this. Let's disable this building immediately. I do not want you people drinking this water. That is a bad idea. That is a terrible idea. We're going to wind up with some food poisoning. How are our ranches? 8 critters, 8 critters, 6 critters, 1 critter. I know a fast-paced game if you want to know. Fast-paced? What do you mean? Okay, so we've got these surrounded on all sides. And we hit deconstruct, and that should turn into a copper ore tile. And for the sake of this dupe, I'll put a tile there as well. How's everything else going? You are 14 cycles away from dormancy. It's going to take a lifetime for all this water to drain out of here. Fast pace game. Damn, autocorrect fucking hate it. Yeah, I hear ya. Okay, it did work. I don't know what I did wrong, but there... Oh, you know what? I probably accidentally left a build command. It probably happened while I wasn't looking, and then they went to build like one of those gas pipes or something, and then re-broke it. That's probably what happened, realistically. Map's looking nice. Map's looking real nice. Pretty happy about all this. Other than I want to clean this system up. That's like the one thing that's still bugging me from all of this. And like I said, we are going to put hydrogen in here because I need a way to cool this liquid shutoff. I don't want to stick it in the ground like we were trying to do last time, so... Okay. So we can stay zoomed out a little bit and think about and work on other projects until while we're making our nature reserve a thing again. So bedrooms. The hatch ranch could fit here. If we put the bathrooms on this floor, that gives us enough space to expand out our laboratory a little bit so we can do like seed analysis, orbital research, all that stuff, and still have this be a lab. Then behind it, we have, once at the back end of these bedrooms, we make a little bit of a pitcher pump system so that we can grab water for the supercomputer. And when that's full, a hydro sensor will tell it to stop, and then will overflow into a ceramic thing for the pee water. And then when that gets too full, we'll overflow it somewhere else. We'll worry about that later. Okay, so that makes sense. So nature reserve, great hall, bathrooms, laboratory, hatch ranch gets moved down here. I guess this becomes our duplicant gym, and our training barracks and duplicant gym goes here. And then this becomes our storage area, and that works because we can definitely expand down. That's why I bricked this in anyway, so we can expand that down if we need to. And once we get down here, we can actually go wider if we need to. Although, like I said, okay, so hatch ranch. You know what? If we need to get in here, then we can just have them go through the hatch ranch to get into the chlorine vent. Well, I mean, my ideal situation is that we, after nuclear bombs have dropped, end zone, a world apart is kind of like Stranded Dawn, but set in a nuclear era. Interesting. I didn't get into Stranded or Alien Dawn. I just, for some reason, that game really doesn't speak to me. So, I don't know. If it's like that game, there's a chance I might not dig it. I'm always willing to give games a try, though. Always. And what we'll probably do is our little wild animal preserve, we'll probably just put that down here. This feels like a good spot for that. And we'll come up with an automated system so that I don't have to keep manually moving the eggs back up to the top from the wild Drecos. Yeah, that sounds good. Alright, we've got our plan for the day then. I mean, we had a plan. We've been working on stuff. Can I suggest something that Tom has done for my Discord? Of course, absolutely. Always open for suggestions. Put that there temporarily. Our nyctophobic is not going to be happy. Okay, you see how this is starting to pull down? Our slicksters are starting to eat more CO2 than we're producing, so definitely our timing is pretty much dead on. Like I said, 1 or 2 more eruptions. I mean, we could probably kick this motherfucker on right now. We've got a good amount of magma heat stored here. How much oil are we producing? Not enough just yet. But this would be water positive. Okay. Let's mop you. And we'll do that. We're going to put a second one of these in and run them in parallel. I think one of them should be able to handle our water needs, but eventually, like I said, we will be boiling off our water. But for now, we're going to be filtering it down here. You know, we gotta take one step at a time to get ourselves where we need to go. We've also got our wild slicksters crammed in a corner over here. They're going to have to move eventually. But basically, we want to get these guys running full-time, and if we get them running full-time, it means we have to have these other two systems working. That being said, we can just... Yeah, what we'll wind up doing is snipping this here temporarily, because the water will come up from there eventually, but for now it's going to come from over here. And if it gets too toasty over here, what is this? What are we getting up to in temperature? 61 degrees. Yeah, we're gonna swap these out for steel momentarily. 7.8 tons of steel. Yeah, we got enough steel to screw around. Deconstruct that bad boy. Yeah, if we could get this whole base reconfigured today, I would be absolutely ecstatic. We've got positive on barbecue temporarily. That might just be, you know, they might wind up eating that real quick, but I'd say between our hatch ranch, our wild animal farms, and our slicksters coming online, we should be fully switched over to barbecue sooner rather than later here, so... Second. Somebody put that back where it goes. Is there so much barbecue? Oh, it's only 130 kcals. Come and dump that back over there. I love having this kitchen set up, and we, like I said, we will be expanding this out. The idea is that Planet 1 and 2 are going to feed the entire galaxy. This is going to be our mass meat production planet, and then when we go over to the second planet, since there's so much water available over there, that's going to be our mass farm planet. We're going to be running off of dirty power here, namely the petroleum, just to keep our slicksters going. And on the other planet, since it's a radioactive ocean planet, we're going to be running a nuclear reactor. That nuclear reactor is both going to power the planet and give us plenty of rads to mutate some plants. I've never got into plant mutating, so I'd like to do that. If we could get exuberant versions of sleet wheat and bristleberry and all that stuff, I'd be absolutely happy. I'd be absolutely stoked. So that's kind of our agenda. I can't believe this bullshit natural tile Dreco ranch is still, like, our only, like, Dreco ranch. It's just hilarious. Okay, they're doing that. Okay, so duplicant gem down here. We don't need this extra space, so we're going to go like this. For the hatches, same thing. We're going to put that there. Killer Jam, redeemed hydrate. Give me a hot second here, Killer. Yeah, we'll put airflow here, and here. Let's drop this thing down to here. Actually, let's do that. And then I don't think we're even going to need 4 wheels, but do, that'll do. I might just leave this water in here for now. Unless it doesn't work as a barracks, then we'll deal with moving it. Agriculture, construction, creativity, construction, agriculture, allergies, bio... Okay, no, we're going to go with the snazzy suit. We've only got... I think we got, like, maybe one more snazzy suit. Yeah, so, Vermin's been on the team longer than anybody else. By the way, if you guys are looking at the dupe names and you're like, what the hell are these dupe names? We do have a point redemption for naming dupes. It's name colonists because we also play RimWorld and we use it there as well. At the moment, all the dupes in the current playthrough are already accounted for, so does this count as a barracks? No, because we don't have this built yet. Get that built. Construct that. Very situation over there. What up, nerds? How goes the suffocation? Going very well, actually. We've made all of our plans. We're moving a few things around. I'm gonna deconstruct that before I accidentally dump water down there. Our deep freeze is working. We're getting a lot more critters and barbecue going. We're going to start up our volcano shortly here. How are you doing, Bat? How's dinner? Let's do all of that first. It's a little more important than the other projects at the moment. Actually, I want that sorted. You're the one that has nyctophobic, right? Ah, right. Okay, yeah, she does. Just a frozen pizza, 4 cheese, and I added some love. Gotta add love to the frozen meals. Someone asked me once, like, what's the advice you would give someone, you know, like, as far as, like, you know, you've been around a little while, what's your advice to people out there? I was like, you know what, in all of my years on this planet, I've come up with one piece of advice. Always keep frozen meatballs around. Whether you cook them yourself and freeze them or you buy them from the store, meatballs. That is my advice. Hi, Julie. Let's do a shout out for Julie. Shout out for Julie Pixels. Here you go. Guys, go check out Julie. Wonderful human being and damn good Ani player. And the reason I say that about the meatballs is you get a frozen pasta dish, needs a little love, throw some meatballs in. You get a soup that needs some more protein in it, throw some meatballs in. You don't know what to eat, you need a snack, heat up some meatballs. So shoutouts are on cooldown. All right, we'll use the other shoutout command then. /shoutout Julie Pixels, because we want to make sure we take care of our friends and family over here. That is first and foremost what we're here for. Games bring us together. Community keeps us together. That's the line of cheese that I always go back to. But I love me some cheese, both metaphorically and realistically. So. Cheese is good, especially with meatballs. Cheese and meatballs all day long. Cheese and meatballs. Do we have... We don't have the thing I want, do we? Down under decor. Oh, we do. I'm just out of my mind. Corner trim. Ah, here we go. Ceiling trim. Doesn't matter what we make it out of because I don't care. I don't ever want them to actually build this stuff. Where did that damn light bug go? Dude, I need you to be in this room so that the nyctophobic doesn't get upset. Don't know how we're going to deal with this down here. Does this count as a barracks? No. Room size 80 tiles. Yeah, so I gotta nuke this system here real quick. What's in here? There's like a little bit of bleach stone. Where can we shove this bleach stone that it's not going to drive me absolutely bonkers with the chlorine? I mean, I'm tempted to just toss it out here, sort it all out later, but not quite the vibe I want to go for. All right, let's do this. We're going to put you... Keeper of the Bob. Yeah, how's Bob doing? Deconstruct that. Is this disabled? That is disabled. Let's enable that. So, bleach stone, bleach stone. You know what? You know what? Let's find a way to shove the bleach stone over here. Definitely going to need a new playlist. Let's go over here to this one. I did finally link up my Spotify to Discord, so if anybody is curious what I'm listening to when we're streaming, feel free to pop onto the Discord, take a look. It should tell you there. Never done that before, so I'm not sure how that all works, but, you know, it's a thing, right? Come on, Jonathan. My blue heaven's calling. Doing good. Doing good. Came in with a plan. Had to make a few sidestep adjustments to make sure our dupes didn't get stressed out. Accidentally destroyed the nature reserve, so the plan was this week to get the core base rebuilt a little bit anyway, so kitchen's online, deep freeze is online. There's room for an eventual expansion that we have planned so that we could have, you know, multiples of the different cooking stations. We're slowly but surely creating natural tiles over here so that we can have a full-size nature reserve here in front of our new Great Hall, which is a great hall. Which we may expand outward a little bit just for decor purposes later on. Are we ever going to move this thing? Second, unreachable. Of course it's unreachable. It's always unreachable, right? Okay, so that's sorted. Okay. 7. All right, so this solidified. Yeah, just dumping heat into everything. Okay. I think it might actually be time to bring this online. Let's keep a look on this while we're doing it. Make sure, I mean, we made sure this worked last time, but so our crude is coming in at 91 degrees, picking up temp as it goes through. Get to this tile, what's our temperature? Nice. That drops in, flashes to petroleum. That closes. Cycles on the eruption. This should become more efficient. Essentially what happened is, while we left this sit, a lot of heat from the existing petroleum kind of sunk into the insulated tiles. Once all this stuff warms up, it's just going to get more and more and more efficient. So that looks like it's doing quite well. All right, we're going to have to let that run. That means it is time. It is time. What we're gonna do. I'm gonna let this stay on automation for just a hot second, because I want to make sure we buffer a little bit more petroleum than what we have right here. Eventually, we'll have to pump some petroleum in here because we'll wind up mutating to molten slicksters at a certain point. And when we do that, we're going to have to actually sort these liquids and, you know, dump petroleum directly into here and then sort the rest of the crude into here. We've got a couple of pumps for these purposes, but it will be what it is. So now that's coming through. And now we should be outputting petroleum pretty consistently. Okay. The reason I'm kind of shifting focus back and forth here is as this natural gas starts to move down, we really do need to make sure that these get turned on. And I made these out of copper, which was a really bad call. This was a really bad call. Okay, so before this gets out of control, let's swap these over to steel. We don't want to use these long term, but for now, you know, we're just kind of going through different stuff and making sure things are what they are, so. And even if they drop polluted water, it's just going to go back down here, so we'll be fine. Now, like I said, I think we're fine using one of these, but I'm going to put two in place, you know, for redundancy. You can get deconstructed. We have this set up so that they don't mess with the wild slicksters. I don't want them dropping slicksters off or picking slicksters up from over here, so we made it so they can't get over, and the sweeper's grabbing eggshells and putting them there, and grabbing meat and putting it there, and then the dupes are coming down. These are both at super low priority, so this thing sweeps the stuff up, drops it there, and then, you know, the dupes bring it back up. Now let's deconstruct this one as well. That in there. Okay. Oh wait, I skipped a step? Doesn't matter what order we do this in, actually. No, don't deconstruct that yet. Getting closer, getting closer. I love when a base starts to come together. I'm sure everybody else like is in the same boat, right? Right. Let's drop that down to a 1. Let's go over here and put bleach stone in here. I mean, invariably one of the dupes is just going to drop stone and get into the base anyway, so we're just going to move all of the bleach stone there ASAP. We have it here so that it doesn't off-gas, but if it off-gases up here, I don't care because we have chlorine there that we're using for other things. $37 eggs, and we've got a drowning slickster, which is what we want. Excellent. Oh, we've got grams. All right, it's time to go into full swing here. We gotta actually go into full swing. Let's delete all that at a very high priority. Our slicksters are gonna die if we don't produce more carbon dioxide. I thought we had a little bit more time on that, but we got to get that sorted. Okay, everybody. Feel like I'm getting a little too focused and on the game and not chatting enough. And you guys know what that means. It means Nether's bladder is a little full, and so I'm going to take a real quick restroom break. I'm going to put up the links to my buddy Bobby's music. He did the music for my channel. So if you enjoy it, please go give him a like. Say hi. Bring him some love. I will be back here in just a hot second, and we'll continue with our madness. We should be able to get quite a bit more done in the second half of stream, so go stretch, grab a glass of water, whatever the case may be, and I'll see y'all back here in a sec. All right, let's get back to duping. How's everybody doing? All right. Just trying to make sure I don't collapse any systems here. We definitely don't want our slicksters starving. That would just put a damper in things. So I think with this system we'll be okay now that these are up and running full time. 500 grams a second. So 2.5 kilos a second. I've never actually done the math on this myself. So 20 kilos a cycle. Oh, yeah. We'll be fine. More than enough for those guys. Okay. Let's continue with the madness, shall we? We're going to delete that door. We're going to grab our manual airlock out of this material. We're going to put that there. That needs to be deleted before we can do that. The reason I'm putting these ceiling trim pieces is that when we put our pips up here to plant, we want them to plant right to left, and this will prevent them from planting even if they don't get built. A lot of people use ladders, but I like to use the trim because they'll never actually build it because it's not connected to a tile up here. So that way you can kind of... we don't have to build it and deconstruct it. They will bring the materials to it, so we'll have to cancel them later and we'll get the materials back. But, you know, that's... it's a lot less work. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day, right? We want all these tiles to be that. So we'll queue that up while we're here. We actually might replace some of those with airflows, though. Yeah, actually. Let's make... Wait a second. Did I do this backwards? Hang on. I have 3 here, then 1, 2, 3, then 3 here, 3, 4. Oh, no. We got this. So I think what I'd like to do, let's let them work now that I know that I'm not as crazy as I thought it was. Let's put a couple of airflow tiles there. Let's put 1 there. And we'll add more if we absolutely need to. You can immediately get deconstructed now. I love this game. I love the absolute, like, insanity of sorting all of this out. Oh, nice. We are definitely barbecue positive at the moment, which is fantastic. I screwed that up somehow. I did screw that up somehow. Let's go again. Okay, maybe it does need to be these tiles. I mean, we are using kind of an exploit, so you know, if it doesn't work every time, it's not gonna absolutely destroy my brain. But now either one of these should work. Yeah, okay. So I guess sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. Nice. We still have a lot of heat in this rock. Nice. Very nice. So again, I try to talk as if people are new here. I like to teach as well as you know, as well as play. I think a lot of newer players come into streams to check games out and be like, "Hey, what's the story here? What's going on?" And so what we're doing right now is... Okay, I'll try and explain the loop. We'll start with the water going into the oil reservoirs, these 3 oil reservoirs, right? So we're pumping clean water into the oil reservoirs. These oil reservoirs then kick out crude oil. The crude oil in this setup basically spills through its own liquid lock. See how it's dripping down over here? These still have to fill up, so you know that'll take a minute. Every once in a while, these have to be serviced. So they'll come in here, service it. It'll off-gas natural gas. These pumps in here will sense when there's enough natural gas for them to need to pump, and those will pump the natural gas up to this infinite gas storage up here. Infinite gas storage works like this. You put a vent, doesn't matter if it's a regular one or high pressure one, and you submerge it in just a little bit of liquid. This overpressures at 2 kilos. So as long as you've got less than 2 kilos of liquid covering this vent, it will push the gas out and fill this area, and then the liquid will move back into place. Same principle over here. We've got infinite storage of oxygen and hydrogen. It's just kind of knowing the way the game prioritizes liquids and gases. So the crude flows outward, which the crude comes out of here at about 80 degrees, which means that these things essentially are self-cooling. The heat they generate gets dumped into the oil drops down, and we have this whole line of mesh tiles here along the bottom so that when we do bring these other ones online, basically all of it's just going to slide down here into this little container and get pumped up here. These things output roughly 3.33 kilos per second, which would be, you know, your full 10 kilos a second pipe of crude, right? With the downtime of them being serviced, it drops down to something more like 9.5 kilos, but since the slicksters output crude as well from eating the carbon dioxide, that means we do wind up with a full pipe, sometimes a little excess of a full pipe, right? Right now, we're just kind of waiting for these to fill up because we need these to be dropping oil down here. We've got a little bit of a backup here, and we dumped a bit into here. These are both infinite liquid storage, which is basically the opposite of these. You put a little bit of gas on these vents, and then that will perpetually dump liquid in here. These are a little bit easier to create because these don't overpressure till 1 ton. So you can pretty much just build one of these, and as long as you don't have multiple gases to cause problems, like I think we just have little polluted oxygen, and polluted oxygen. And over here, polluted oxygen, polluted oxygen. Doesn't matter what it is, could be carbon dioxide. I think up here it's oxygen. Yeah. Just so long as there's not more than a ton of gases there, these things will never overpressure and allow you to store infinite liquid. The crude is then pumped up through this counterflow system where the heat from the boiled petroleum rolling down transfers through the radiant pipes into the crude, meaning that when it gets up to here, and this is a Francis John designed petroleum boiler. There are newer ones, so when we start new playthroughs, I might research and do new ones. I hear there's some really fun ones out there now. And basically, the petroleum instantly flashes. We like doing this because when you use an oil refinery, you lose half of the mass. For every kilo that goes in, you only get a half a kilo out. That being said, with all of that, you know, balanced properly, we wind up with a full pipe, which 5 petroleum generators can burn off. That's enough to run 5 petroleum generators forever. We don't want this on automation because it's outputting both liquid and carbon dioxide. The carbon dioxide is gravity falling down here to feed our slicksters. I let it get a little too low pressure down here, so hopefully this, you know, we've got a little higher pressure up here. It's just gradually pushing down. They're just eating it a little fast now. That's why I was rushing to get this going, because I wanted to make sure we didn't starve our slicksters and have to start our ranches over and use stopgap food solutions. In addition to all of that, these output enough liquid that each of these takes in, 1 kilo of water per second. So we get back out more water than we put in the form of polluted water. So we sieve the polluted water. That polluted water gets turned into clean water and then recycled back into the system over here. The thing is, we're going to have to set up some sort of overflow here in a second because there's going to be more polluted water coming in and getting filtered than we have. This will eventually, instead of being processed through water sieves, will come up here and go through a boiling process. At the moment, this actually works out quite good for us because we are trying to skip steps and go directly from pickled meal to barbecue, which we're now barbecue positive, so I think we're in a good place there. We are, how long are you still going? 10 cycles. Sorry, I'm looking at all of our systems. We have built a very interdependent planet here. A lot of people, when you're starting, or if you want less headaches than I have, it's always good to like kind of put pieces with enough space that they could be their own thing. I like to fully integrate my systems for efficiency's sake. It becomes a nice puzzle for me. But it could definitely cause problems. We've definitely had some situations like wanting to break back in here, right? We're trying to use up the liquid that's in this infinite storage here, which you can't even tell how much is in there because it kind of like, I don't want to say glitches, but I mean we're exploiting it, so we'll use the word glitches. You'll notice that the numbers jump up and down from like 11 to 15 and back again. So I'm not even sure how much liquid is in here. It's quite a bit. And we're trying to get enough of that cooked off into our oxygen setup over here so that we can break back in and clean this up a little bit, make it a little nicer, make it a little bit more usable. Meanwhile, this didn't work. Oh, no, I got to put that back in. All right, Julie, we'll see you in a sec when you get back. Meanwhile, we're up here trying to essentially glitch our way into a nature reserve by using pips to wild plant, which we do have to get these blossom seeds. Anyway, so yeah, interconnected systems, and basically we wind up with more water than we put in. Oh, I don't think I finished my thought. The reason this is good that we're using sieves at the moment is because the polluted dirt that's going to come out of here is going to wind up being composted into regular dirt so that we can keep these going until we're fully off of pickled meal. It does look like we're starting to get to the point where our barbecue is getting calorie positive, at which point we're going to start bringing these all down so that we can focus on... is this empty? Good. Let's deconstruct you. We're going to lock these upper ones. What am I trying to say over here? Sorry, I got a little lost there as I was trying to do things. But basically, we're getting to the point now where the base is going to get fully sustainable, even to the point where we're going to wind up having... One of our people training in here is the secondary cook, because we're going to get to the point where these slicksters are going to be producing more meat than we can eat. When this system is fully spun up, everything is running efficiently, we should be able to have about 75 slicksters in here. And that's enough to feed about 45 to 50 dupes. Ranching, agriculture, strength. No. I mean, we're not looking for new dupes at the moment. The goal is basically to have like 8 to 10 core dupes here, running the ranches, doing the refining, all of that stuff. And then the other 6 slots are to train dupes up to go to other planets and colonize other planets. Basically 6 at a time. And that is the plan. You know, I should probably have more airflow tiles down here, shouldn't I? Because this is basically just pushing down here. Yeah, you know what? That is problematic. Let's replace these with mesh tiles. Yeah, as you can see, you can already see how water positive this is. We are pumping water. The water we're getting from here, we're filtering and sending in, and this pipe is already filling up. So that is going to become problematic, but at the moment, my solution is more or less going to be to expand this polluted water tank while we finish other projects, and then we'll get into dealing with that. Why won't this build? Am I insane? Those are solid tiles. I'm going to do this so we can have our nyctophobic dupe in there, and we're going to put a light bulb instead of a glow bug, just so I don't have to deal with bullshit. And we're going to do... Oh, man, my music is really way louder than it should be. Sorry about that, guys. I'm not trying to blast you guys out, and I'm not trying to get DMCA'd, so let's put that down a little bit. We have to have this little separate bedroom because we have one nyctophobic that we're training up. We'll get her sorted out sooner or later. But she's almost done training. Oh shit, you are stuck down there. Sorry, dude. Okay, there we go. Okay. They're building that wire system, and then let's have them sweep this area out, because I'm not going to let anybody in there once we have the dupes in training moved in there. How's our temperature looking? Not bad at all. How is our cooling loop looking as far as buffer tank goes? 626 kilos. So yeah, we're gonna keep letting the overflow go to there. Fantastic. Okay, so we're gonna deconstruct you again. This is Princess Leia. So let's get Princess Leia sorted down here. That's your new cot. We're going to deconstruct this. And this is Gertrude. So Gertrude, let's get Gertrude down here. Excellent. Why is this one not working? We've done this a couple of times now. Alright, I'm willing to build a few more tiles here. I mean, we don't need this, but I'd like it to be symmetrical. You know? I mean, there are other systems that are more important for us to work on now. Oh, this is also not airflows over here. It's like, why isn't this carbon dioxide getting eaten? Because it can't flow over there, Nether. These are almost where they need to be. I'm gonna put these at like a 7. This pump is overheating. We gotta replace that with something that's not gonna overheat. it's starting to get hot enough down here that everything more or less needs to be made out of steel. So. These are made out of steel, right? Those are made out of steel. You are not, but we really don't need you anymore. We're gonna have to do some shenanigans over here, but I'm trying to avoid that. What temperature are we at up here? All right, we do have cooling going on up here, so that's okay. All right. Is there any chance this could actually do the thing? Come on. Okay, guess you gotta look at it. Things work better when you look at it. Oh, did I do the hydrate? Let me do the hydrate. Delicious. I'm kind of blown away by how much water we have. I really didn't think we would have this much excess water in our lives. And it's about to be considerably more excess water. Okay. 40 larva eggs. 12,000 barbecue. Okay. Sure if there's a way to do this multiples at the same time. Like if I copy settings and do this, will that... Nope, doesn't do it. So we'll go through one at a time and uproot these. If you don't uproot them, if you just disable them, I think they basically... What am I trying to say here? They'll still bring dirt over, so we want to uproot them, and then we'll replant them if we need to. Alright, you're doing your thing, you're starting to overflow liquid, that's perfect. You're starting to you're getting close, you're almost there. We have 2 critters there, we have 7 critters there, 8 there, and 8 there, so we're gradually filling up our ranches, which is nice. 12,000 barbecue. What I'd like to do is take pickled meal off of this list, so we're going to actually take anything off of this list. Well, actually, no. We'll leave everything except the pickled meal. That way we can get right onto our barbecue situation. If we wind up with spicy tofu, that can go in there as well. And now we have our pickled meal that we have as backup. 80,000 calories if something goes wrong with our barbecue. Erupts in 3.6 cycles, and we haven't even gone through all the heat in that batch. This is set up properly. Lock that top guy. Okay, so then we can move the duplicant gym. Let's copy the settings here to here. And these are set on a 9, right? Yeah, and then we set these on a 9. And only the 2 dupes that are in this situation, only the 2 dupes we want running in the gym can come down here into the gym. They both have access through this door. These doors don't have to be adjusted, so they can get to their barracks and sleep and then get on the wheels. And then when they need food, they can come out and come back in. Nobody else can get in here, so they won't go and run on the wheels instead of doing the other things. So that should keep them happy and doing their thing. That does mean that we can... What's the max size on a lab? Not that 120 tiles. So if I just delete that stuff, is this still 100? Yeah, okay. So we're going to straight up delete all that. And we're going to replace these tiles here. One of those there. And for now, that'll be fine. Let's deconstruct this guy, and hopefully that... This creating natural tiles thing is a slow process no matter what method you use, so... Alright, we are now getting to the point where this is going to be a lot more water positive. The density of our CO2 is getting nicer down here. It's still grams down here because it doesn't go through all of these guys. I think it'll be fine. That worked. Delete those. Build a tile there. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. And I am 100% overkilling. You do not need this many tiles in here. I think you only need 4 plants for a nature reserve. I'm putting extra plants in, basically, because we're going to use bristleberry, which gives beauty around it. So this place will be a little bit more beautiful. Plus, they put out fragrant floral scents, which they get a boost if they smell floral scents, unless they have allergies. Which is why I never take on dupes with allergies, because that's a nice little boost to the mood that you don't really have to pay for. And we're gonna need to put that water somewhere. Yeah, we got a little bit of time. Got a little bit of time. Let me see what else I can mess around with. Okay. Did I... Oh, no. We just put that in place. So we're going to do that. We're going to go over here to power. We're going to deconstruct that nonsense. This is still a laboratory, and we have room for other projects in here. Wonderful. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. What other things can we put on the agenda for this afternoon? I'd like to move this thing, so let's start planning a system down here. So what we want... We want a way to pick up the eggs and drop them back up on top. So... We want the dupes to be able to... Right, okay, so I've got an idea. We could fully automate this eventually, so let's keep that in mind as we're doing this. Let's go over to shipping. We're going to grab one of these bad boys. Sure, we can make that out of copper. We're going to put this here. Then we're going to grab one of these. Again, we can make that out of copper. We're going to put that there. Then we're going to go over here and grab a tile. Doesn't matter. We'll just make it out of igneous. We're going to put that there. Then we're going to grab a chute. We're going to put that right there. Rails, same thing. Put the rails coming up through here like that. This won't be able to see the top of the tile. So this is going to be set to eggs. Any eggs that fall down here, it'll just drop right back up here, but then it won't pick them and do an infinite loop. And what we'll do is we'll allow the dupes to come over here to grab things for now, and then eventually we can put another sweeper and loader up here, so this sweeper can't see this loader,
and it would see a loader and then send the meat off to the kitchen and the eggshells off to wherever. Right now we're still doing some manual systems, right? That being said, let's grab this wire. And do that. And then we're going to start just manually moving these guys down here. We'll work on that gradually, like slowly but surely. Alright. Deconstruct that. Damn you, Nether. You made me want to make my own meatballs, and yes, it just dawned until now. Yeah, meatballs are great. Gotta have meatballs. Gotta have meatballs. Oh, I gotta remember. So those cars that are driving by, Barb made me a vroom vroom emote, so that instead of it being an obnoxious interruption to chat, it can be a fun interaction, so you guys can spam vroom vroom when we get noisy cars going by outside. One day I'd like to get my my office back, you know, so but until then, right, you can't see the top of that, so that's perfect. That can go. CO2 is getting a little thicker down here, which is perfect. I don't want our slicksters to starve. How long are you ever going to go dormant? I feel like I've been checking that thing for hours. I swear to God. I think it might be something like you have to build it after you put the solid tiles, because I built this and that solid tile at the same time, and then I deconstructed it and it didn't work. So, not sure what's going on here, but we're getting through it. Little at a time, we're getting through it. What are you doing with the door that isn't working? Which door that isn't working? This door? We're just trying to make one last copper tile over here. So the way it works, Aya, is if you have this surrounded on all of these sides, and then you build and deconstruct a manual airlock, it'll turn into a natural tile, quote unquote. So theoretically, now that we deconstruct this, it should turn into a copper tile here. Yeah, there we go. That's what we needed to do. So now let's delete this. Let's delete this. Put those there, and then where's a wild pip? I will make cheesy meatballs where the cheese will be in the middle of the meatballs. Ooh. Definitely share pictures. Want to see that. Sounds like a good way to make a sandwich too. Green Thumbs is on that. Fantastic. Hello, Lulu. How you doing? You'll be happy to know that your dupe is kicking ass. Did you hear about the new the DLC coming out in basically pre-release beta next week? We're all very excited. Although it does mean we're probably going to have to move on to a new colony soon enough. Yeah, of course. No rush on anything. No rush on anything. I know you were talking about it last time I was in, but I didn't know when it was coming out. Yeah, I just found out today. Sergeant was telling us about it. So we're all pretty excited. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking good. So let's take a quick pause here. Let's see what we can deconstruct. Okay, never mind. Let's not pause. We can deconstruct this line. Right? And then we're going to break this. Are we going to break that? I might just... It's not made out of the right material, so that's going to become problematic, so... Okay, wonderful. Okay. Okay, slowly but surely making our way there. I'm always nervous deconstructing a full liquid reservoir of something. Can we make any... You don't actually need to exist. So let's get rid of that battery. Do some more iron. So much has happened since the last time I was here. Yes. Jesus, I don't even know. We built slickster ranches down here. The volcano, we just got fully online, so we're boiling our crude into petroleum here. That's feeding these 5 generators, which are dumping liquid here, which is getting sieved and put back into these 3 oil reservoirs. All this literally just came online shortly before you came in. The slickster ranches have been working since last time. I accidentally broke the nature reserve, so I decided to take that this was the time to build a proper nature reserve. We're officially transitioned over to barbecue for the most part. We've still got some pickled meals back end, but our barbecue seems to be doing okay. We're a little light. We're at 7,000 calories, so I might have taken them off the pickled meal a little bit early, but we should be fine. I'm actually going to deconstruct that and put a second refrigerator there. We've got a deep freeze going. This is not overpressurizing anymore. We're sending this water up here for now because I want to do some adjustments to the system down here. I deleted this hydrogen system over here, which released a whole bunch of hydrogen up here. Because, you know, oops. We'll deal with that later, though. We moved our duplicant gym and our training barracks down here. We're going to move our hatches down to this floor. I'm just trying to make sure that our food and electricity system are well sorted. What are you carrying? And we're trying to move these guys back home. Welcome back home. Welcome, welcome. God, I hate shine bugs. I really hate shine bugs. Let's get you the hell out of our lives. Alright, I might have to put... Yeah, I'm going to put this fridge here and put this fridge on pickled meal. And that way, if we do run out of barbecue, we at least have it there. 3,200 calories of meat, though. Okay, so we're doing okay. We're doing okay. Pip is here. He should plant right there. Oh, you know what? Let's move this over here. That might be why he's not planting there. Julie's cooking up some more meat. Oh, there he is. He's planting. Nice. And we have Bristle Blossom there. We are going to need light for that, right? And the wild-grown ones won't need water. What we might do, if the temperature is a little too toasty up here for them, we'll probably end up just kind of bringing our cooling loop up here as well. Eating through a helmet takes talent. Yep, absolutely. Dupes are amazing. Very talented individuals. All right, let's make you a Joya Seed, and when that's done, we'll deconstruct that one, just in case it interferes with the plants. Oh, we've got molten larva eggs. How do I want to deal with that? Okay, that is good and problematic simultaneously. It's good because we don't have to process their petroleum output into petroleum because it's already petroleum. It's problematic because I'm going to have to set up liquid filters. And this is going to get out of control so quick. Okay. Let me take a hot second here. Let's just pause. We're going to take a sip of our water. And let's not panic our way through this. Let's decide what we got to work on next. This water is going to quickly become more water than we can handle here, right? Yeah, it's quickly going to become a lot. So once that hits 1 ton, it'll start a new tile, and we don't really have a lot of tiles. So then where are we going to overflow that water to? We were going to overflow it to infinite storage, but now we don't really have infinite storage going, so a little bit of beard stroke in here. I mean, we could send it up here, but then this tank is just going to continue to get out of control. Not that it matters, but whatever it is, it is. We've already got a liquid lock here. We don't have any systems. Maybe we just start cracking open space over here. And then build that liquid tank up a little bit. Sorry, I'm kind of trying to focus down here. This could cause problems over here, so we should really put airflow tiles here. Yeah, we might just have to make this tank bigger and run a long line up here. Another long line of nonsense. How can we do that? Oof. Hmm. Maybe we just set up another infinite liquid storage real quick. More water will have to move later, but it is what it is. It's nice to have these systems working. All right. I think we're going to have to do that. All right. Right. Not much we can do. There are certain things that we have to pull off. I mean, we already have this in place, so we can use that as an overflow. We've kind of been building down here as like temporary systems, so maybe we keep in step with that. Maybe we just shove it in here. Or just below this. All right, let me let's start planning. So we would need no matter how many times I do an infinite liquid storage system, I'm always like not sure what I'm doing, right? So we need that. So this is what we need. Five tall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that would completely block that off. Where can it go that's not going to be in the way? This is probably going to be gone today. So we'll start moving, like, these are going to be here. This is going to be our power supply, realistically, until we get the others going. And then we might add another row down here, right? These are going to drop down a little bit. Realistically, all we're going to have up here is refineries and a crusher. This is going to get deconstructed. Has no contents, so we can actually deconstruct that now. Okay, we can deconstruct that now. Swings and roundabouts, as Francis would say. This is going to be a temporary system, and we're going to move it, because once we start boiling our water, rather than using these guys, we won't need it down here, but we're going to wind up storing a decent amount of water, so I want it to be out of the way enough. It's not going to cause problems. So let's just say for theory, like, if we were to put, we could probably fit 4 here, because I do want to put a thing in there. So if we wanted to do 5, it'd have to be something like that, right? Oh no, actually a little lower. So that would come down to here. We would need this space reserved for these. So it cannot go up here. We don't know what we're doing with this space yet. This might be the best place to stick it then, is just kind of like over here. We want access to this corner, because we're eventually going to be corner grabbing that. So I think maybe we kind of jam it in this corner over here. Because yeah, I think as far as space we're going to need, since we're moving our wild ranch here, I think this corner is very low priority as far as space and real estate. All right, let's do that. That'll be a good spot for it, right? So we need that, and that. Okay, so let's start building it a little bit at a time. And what we're going to do is we're going to need a liquid vent. We're going to need a few other things. So we're going to slap in a liquid vent right there. We're going to want a way to get the water in. So that's going to be... let's say there. Then we're going to want a way to get the water out. That can also go this way. That's from the pump. Then we're going to need to get power in, theoretically, which will be here. We can go... you know what? I'm going to go both ways with it, just in case we have to get power from in here. I don't think that'll be... you know what? No, we don't. We're definitely going to be pulling power from this side. This is where our power brick is going to be, so... that being said... let's move this around. We're going to put one of those there. And if anybody has any questions about what I'm doing, please feel free to ask. I'm happy to explain things. I feel like I over-explain sometimes, so I do not mind answering questions. Sometimes I just feel like I overly repeat myself, which I guess is realistically the job of a streamer, right? So we're going to put that there. So we're basically building a temporary infinite liquid storage tank here with a pump so that we can eventually take the liquid out of it, because we're producing more fluid than we're using. The amount that we're putting into these 3 oil wells is less than the amount that we're getting out of these petroleum generators. So we're gradually building up an excess here, and the excess, I want the excess to go somewhere that we can keep it for later. And that's what we're building right now. We are going to stick a pump in there so that when it comes time to... let me lock these first. Printables. What non-dupe item are we taking? Glass. Glass is a good one. Oxalate might be cool to have, but that's just going to off-gas before I get a chance to stick it somewhere. Yeah, let's take the glass. We'll use that for some things. Okay, there is there. Let's deconstruct this. Body temperature. We don't need these to be alive for the nature reserve to work, so we're not going to worry about that just yet. Where's the park sign? There we go. Build that out of, I don't know. Let's build it out of copper. What's pretty? Copper's pretty, right? Let's put that here. Let's cancel that so they can plant the other one. Got these doors locked, so let's put another one there. And let's build that there. This is going to do wonky shit, so we're going to do that. What I think we're going to do is we're going to put bridges here and here. Those built quick so we can do the snips we need to do. This one we can do right away. This one is going to require that to be built before I can do it. I don't want to interrupt the flow here. We go like that. That pipe segment belongs to this system. Let's not just start dumping water in there, because that would be very, very bad. You are going to go... you can deconstruct this. And there. We need insulated tiles, theoretically, here. Go with a steel pump just in case everything in here gets toasty. I'm being flagrant with my use of steel, so You know, don't pay any attention to me. I don't even think this is cycled yet. That's fantastic. We're getting some really good heat efficiency. This is going to get more and more efficient. The reason I have this blob here is because we're probably eventually going to have to crack in here and replace a couple of these radiant pipe segments. Just because once it's like full-blown, been running for a long time, you run into the heat being even more efficient than than the system can currently handle. Sorry, those are words. Doesn't matter where these move, I just want them out of here. Yeah, cozy steel usage. I mean, I'm getting pretty flagrant with it, but, you know, most of our iron is going to get turned into steel. That's just kind of the way it's going to go. I am going to have to start crushing some stuff for lime again. We've only got 580 kilos of lime yet. We've got a lot of refined carbon on deck. I just told it to go forever, so we've got several tons of refined carbon. You need refined carbon, processed iron, and lime in order to make steel. So we've got a bit of both, got a bit of everything going right now, but we're going to run out of lime sooner rather than later. Good job, Lou. Kicking ass over here. We might have to put a third one of these in here, but I'm pretty sure two should be more than enough to handle it. Leave that on auto until this one is built. I think they might have to be able to stand there in order to lock this. Okay. Things are coming together. Carbon dioxide pressure is building up nicely down here. What are we up to in here? 7, 7, 8, 8. Barbecues at 10K. 44 eggs in there. Okay, so we're gonna need to set the next row of these up. Done. We already got the molten slickster mutation, so I don't want to have a problem with that. Although, like I said, it does mean we have to set up some liquid sorting here. All right, so our project base is going to be down here for the most part. This guy up here is... We're at a miscellaneous room, so eventually the pip will plant here. As soon as he does, this will turn into a nature reserve. That'll get us a nature reserve bonus back. We're going to... When we're done with our project down here, we'll come up and let them start building the cooling loop in here so these bristle blossoms actually grow. It'll provide us with a touch of extra food as well as beauty and floral fragrances, all of which is going to make our people have a better time. This is built. That has no power. It does not need power before I stitch this up. Okay, excellent. So, extra water now goes in there. Okay. Okay, so that is gonna work. Molten Slickster. High priority. How many Molten Slickster eggs do we have? Just one at the moment. Okay, so I'm gonna copy settings here. Paste them here. We're going to copy settings here and place them here so we start filling up these ranches as well. Eventually these will be powered. We won't need nearly as many of them, and eventually should be switched over mostly the Molten Slicksters. That being said, we do need to do a little bit of liquid sorting here. All right, let's just sit back, grab a sip of water, enjoy the fact that this isn't broken. And you are now a nature reserve. So slowly but surely, we're going to get even more pretty in here. How far are you along? 76% incubation. All right, I've got a hot second. Like literally just like, not a second, but we've got a moment that we can work on our cooling loop here. So just make sure nothing is building over the natural tiles that we agonized over. Okay, that'll do. I'm going to put insulated here. We just need the plants. So that's going to be like that. We're going to grab radiant copper pipe. I'm more stingy with my copper than I am with my freaking steel at this point, huh? Alright, we're going to do that, and once that's built, that means this will be looped into the cooling system, and these plants should actually grow. Like I said, giving us that little extra bit of bonus there. We are going to have to continue to move everybody else down here. The pip, though, you know what? We're going to put the other pip in here as well. Okay, yeah, this is handling business. Water's in here. How much carbon dioxide? 6.4 kilos. Yeah, that'll never get to a ton, even if it compresses those other two tiles. Okay, how are we doing on liquid in here? We're getting there. We're getting there. We're not... I might try to speed this up. We gotta do some things up here. A lot of projects. Projects never end. This is what I mean when I said that I wanted to build the pipes in before we made the natural tiles. This is why. If we hadn't done that, we would have had an issue. So now we delete that because we've got a bristle blossom growing there. Okay, so we've got our nature reserve back. They will have to go through there to go and use the Great Hall, which is where they're all going to go and eat. Fantastic. Next up on our agenda is to do the liquid sorting down here so that when these guys start producing petroleum, that doesn't wind up in the wrong storage here. It won't fuck us up entirely, but it will drive me crazy. So, a couple of things. I want to be extra careful. There's always the chance that we might accidentally drop some water or polluted water or anything down here that is not what we need to be down here, right? You know, theoretically, we could start running these other ones too. I don't know that we need to. Shouldn't need to. Let's just let it be what it is for now. So what I want to do is another overflow tank. I do not want to run into the problem where we accidentally get something in the pipe that's not crude or petroleum and then wind up with it down here. So what we're going to do is we're going to build ourselves a little bit of an overflow tank here. Say something like that. Not there. We're going to build this down to here. We're going to put airflow tiles around here. And well, actually, hang on. So let's say we plan on airflow. I'm obsessed with airflow tiles. They don't take pressure damage. So if we accidentally overfill something, there's no chance that this is going to overfill. But, you know, those are like famous last words. So let's say we do that. And then we put a pitcher pump there. Ladder in here, pump there if we need it. Okay. We're gonna do that. Do these need to be insulated tiles? Probably not. Probably not. So you know how we've got these this crude pumping up here, right? We want that crude to now go through a liquid filter. It does mean we're going to have to run some power down here, so, you know, all this random different stuff. 8 kilos. We also have reserve CO2 up here. We've got 1.5 tons per tile of carbon dioxide stored up here if we need it. It was just kind of where we were dumping stuff. I don't want CO2 to actually go up here anymore. Chlorine can go up there. Natural gas can go up there. Okay, so if we don't want CO2, this one needs to go. Right? Because I want to turn this on and start filtering this natural gas up there. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. And then we're going to make sure that that pipe is running straight through all of that. It should be, but just double checking. Once that's deconstructed, we can also get rid of this automation wire. Make sure that's right. CO2 in the middle, chlorine on the left, natural gas on the right. Perfect, perfect, perfect. I don't necessarily need to delete this pipe, but I'm a sucker for deleting stuff. We will delete up to there. That being said, let's plug this bad boy in. Start getting that natural gas sorted. So chlorine will go through here, natural gas will come up through here, this will bridge onto it so it doesn't break this system, and then the CO2 and any other gases will come down here. I'm not going to leave this on forever, I'd just like to get some of that stuff out of there. Might as well capture it for our uses, right? I gotta be honest, I'm quite terrified that if we break this, it's going to spill the petroleum. I know it won't, but it's one of those things where it's like, if it does, it just totally fucks everything up. So instead I say we burn it off. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna run that back to there, and we're gonna put a bridge here. And we'll burn this stuff off first and then allow that to bridge on. I love the way this works. So yeah, again, we're using our bridges as priority instead of as jumpers. Basically, the way this is set up now, this is going to output its petroleum into this line, and since this line is bridging onto this set of pipes, it'll prioritize this line before it uses this. That way we can burn off the petroleum we have stored in our tank here, and I don't have to worry about it getting all over the place. And then once that's all burned off, we can deconstruct that, and we can start moving some other stuff around. Also, we got to start figuring out how we want to do our transformer breakouts for all of our stuff down here at the bottom, because we're going to want power running to a few things, and we're going to want to do it in a way that's a lot cleaner than what we've got going at the moment. We may very well reroute quite a bit of stuff as we're going through all of this, so I never would have thought to use the bridges for something like that. Yeah, using bridges for priority is really awesome. It will always go to the bridge first. So like right here. It doesn't matter that it's this angle. It could be right out the side, but this bridge will always prioritize this pipe. And if this pipe is full, it'll overflow and go this way and dump into this tank over here. And you can use that all over the place. Again, this doesn't have to come down and through like this. You could just run it right out the side. Basically sets it up as an overflow system. This bridge is just here from an old pipe. Can you do that? Yes, you can do it with gas pipes. You can do it with conveyor rails. You can do it with liquid pipes. You see how right now this line is stopped and this one is prioritized? So yeah, that's how you deal with priority in this game. It can be quite obnoxious to deal with because pipes need direction. In order for these type of things to work, you have to make sure that it only sees one input, right? So I've done it before where I've accidentally, if a pipe is bridging onto a system and there's an input, a white one that it can see on both sides, it'll try to spread to them. So if you only want it to go one direction, like if you have like 2 or 3 overflows connected to the same pipe system, you want to make sure that wherever it's bridging on it, the green bridge on can only see one white input, whether it's a bridge or a building or whatever. Otherwise, you can wind up with systems that kind of like work backwards-ish type of thing. So there are all those considerations to take. Now, actually, hang on. Let me do some math. 8, 16, 32. So it would be 64 with 8 ranches. 16, 8, 16, 32, 64. This actually won't be enough ranches for what we're doing. Right? 8 times 8 is 64. Is that right? Yeah, we're going to have to get this other side built into more ranches. That'll be interesting to squeeze all of them in, but, you know, it is what it is. That can be future Nether's problem, actually. Don't really care about that. How are we doing on barbecue? 10,000 calories of barbecue, meat in the bank, wonderful. This guy's just planting away. That looks good. We'll snip this pipe, bring that down there, integrate this into our cooling system. You know, I could clean this up a bit more. At the end of stream, Nether. Clean up systems at the end of stream. Okay, our lava tank is filling up nicely. That fix we made here definitely is helping out, so we shouldn't have any problems. This should run perfectly flawlessly until everything is heated up so much that we got to go in and make those minor adjustments up there. We're doing the same thing over here, Lou. You see how this... We can't let this system back up, otherwise it'll cause problems because of the way we're filtering. So we're having the natural gas that's coming up from down there bridge on. It'll always prioritize the natural gas coming through here first, and then it'll allow this on. That way we can... We're trying to get all this natural gas pulled out of here, but we don't want the CO2 going into our chamber up here because now the slicksters are eating our CO2. We'll probably put in some sort of CO2 overflow. I remember you saying countless times, well, we'll let future Nether deal with that. Yep, that's kind of like it's kind of like become one of the catchphrases, right? That guy's good. He's got it covered. So airflow's here. Let's deconstruct both of these. Basically the title of this stream. Yeah. That past Nether guy is kind of a jerk. Yep, that is absolutely the title of this stream. Oh boy. Gotta actually make one of these 4 molten slicksters, so... Thank you for molten slicksters. Long hairs can die, because we don't need them. Those are luxury pets. We'll use those later if we need to. Actually... Let me read this. Alright, should be over here. Long-hair slicksters are friendly critters that consume oxygen and thrive in close contact with duplicant companions. Longhairs have extremely beautiful and luxurious coats. Comfort from 10 to 70, livable range negative to positive 90. This critter's typical lifespan is 150 cycles. When a room has less than 12 cells of space, okay, drops meat. 30 kilos of oxygen a cycle. I mean, we could put these in the base to be cute little pets because duplicants like them, but I think we'd actually have to... We'd have to feed and groom them. Oh no, they eat oxygen, right? So we wouldn't actually have to have feeding. We wouldn't... Would we have to groom them? You know what? Let's mess with them. Let's put one up here with the pips. I also like the cute snot napkins. I don't want to go into town. Don't do it. It's a trap. Don't do it. I might actually... This is slowly going down, so we don't quite have enough slicksters to make up the difference. If this gets a little lower, I'm probably going to wind up hooking one of these other ones up. It won't be working at full speed at that point, but... Move those there. I'm going to delete this tile so that this stuff doesn't get stuck here as much. Yeah, we got a lot of natural gas there that I'd like to capture. If we need to, we could actually burn this natural gas in a natural gas generator. But for now, we're storing it so that when we eventually switch over to an even more delicious food, we'll have plenty of natural gas for the gas range. Okay, so the thing is, now that we put in these, that might have slowed down our barbecue a little bit, just because they had to put them in these places to make sure we get the rest of these ranches spun up. I want chips. Go get chips. I guess you know, it's the lesser of the two evils, right? All right, dupes. I don't think we have enough water to fully supply 4 of these, but we have enough to supply more than 3, so we might as well get them all going a little bit, because we can't run out of oil, and we don't have enough slicksters to make up the difference yet. This might also mean we're going to have to mess with our power grid, because I think these ones down here are running off of the main base grid. That is not going to work. I don't want to put in temporary systems. All right, we'll deal with it when and if it becomes a problem. Damn, these guys are planting fast. I'm always surprised how much you can get done in a 6-hour session in Ani. Every time I get on, I'm like, man, we're not going to have enough time to get anything done. And then I come in and I'm like, right, actually, no, that's not true. That being said, with all of the hydrates, and thank you all very much for those, I do need to use the restroom again real quick. So let me run over and do that, and then we will proceed. We'll get our liquid sorting system going over here to make sure that petroleum's going in here, crude's going in here, and if we accidentally spill other liquids, it'll get dropped into this tank. We'll be able to see it and then have the dupes move it to where it needs to go. Anyway, I'll see you all in. Your pipe system looks so organized. Mine are pretty haphazard. Oh my God, Lou, it's only because I spent last stream pretty much organizing all of the pipes. Like, the vast majority of last stream was like, let's move these pipes, let's move these pipes, let's move these pipes. All friggin' stream. It was insane. We still have some cleanup I want to do to make this a little nicer. I was just thinking about that over here. I was like, I can move this tank here, and then a lot of this knot here can just go away. So, anyway, I'll explain a little bit more. I really need to pee, so I'm gonna do the thing, and I'm gonna put Bobby's links up here in case you guys like the music. Go show him some love, and I'll be back in just a hot second. welcome back. Not to rip off Francis's intro, but here we go. Looks like we've actually accomplished our goal of burning off all of the petroleum in this tank up here. So let's get rid of that guy. God. There is something very, very satisfying about being able to deconstruct temporary systems in my mind. Deconstructing temporary systems and sweeping up the map are always just really great feelings for me. I really enjoy that in a playthrough. All right, so let's talk turkey about what we got to do as far as this liquid sorting overflow system, right? We'll probably reroute these a little bit nicer as well while we do it. All right, we're gonna pause and we're gonna work it out, right? Because I don't want to do the design thing. Liquid shut off obviously will have to be made out of steel, but we'll worry about that in a second. So we want one that goes in here, right? And then we want another one that goes in here, and then we want it to overflow here. If we put this in line so we could just do straight across, that would mean this would go here, here, and then theoretically see, we've got one pipe coming up here, but we could end up putting a second pipe coming up here. We might just get that pipe out of here for now because we're not actually using it. Huh. I think that might be the play. We just, I hate to say let's let future Nether worry about it, but it might end up coming down to that. Yeah, because what we could do is offset them, right? So one there, and then this one would then be offset down to like here for that pipe, and then we could put another vent there, right? And so we would put that there, which I can't because of that, and we'd put a sensor on this tile here, and it would come in. So how far down do we want to go? Do we want to just have it at this level? I'd actually kind of like to butt it right up against here, which does, you know, cause problems with our current setup already, but, you know, it's what we do. It's what we do. Did they get that built down there? They are finishing that up. All right. I've got an idea for that, but let's let them finish that project, and I'm absolutely dying to clean this up a bit more. Right? So what I'm gonna do is, instead of having this tank up here, we're gonna put this tank here. I like the idea of having like specific areas for everything, but it's really not necessary, right? So we're gonna bring this down like that and over here, and then we're gonna copy this. Excuse me. I talk too fast, and then I eat food and drink liquids on my break. And Lou, this is more or less why I become obsessed with rerouting pipes. I spend more time than I should rerouting pipes rather than moving on to, you know, bigger and better projects. We've got a new printable, it sounds like. Let's check that out. I'm not even going to pay attention. No judgment. I need to do that. I was talking about it earlier. I think untying the knots of the temporary system is something that puts off a lot of players. Most people, I feel like, once the base gets too hectic for them to keep up with, it's like, all right, time for a new playthrough. And I'm not going to say that's the wrong way to play, but it's not how I like to play. I like to push through that hump and get to the point where my base is really nicely optimized, and we get to end game and we're like, all right, we're happy with what we got here. So I'm willing to spend a little bit of extra time I've gotten bases up and running to more or less sustainable levels in under 100 cycles before, and the pipe systems look a lot nastier. I've been doing that with my power supply, trying to reroute things so that my generators are not being wasted. Yeah. I am very big about recycling energy and power. I never want to be using a steam turbine to just delete heat. I always want it linked into my main grid. We actually redid a bunch of that. I forget if it was last stream or the stream before. I was like, you know, these are going to produce 10 kilowatts, and that's a heavy watt wire, right? And I was like, but then it's wasted because these things are producing power, like all of the heat that we're creating in here by using cooling loops and by refining metal gets wasted, because if these are producing 10, then the extra, like, you know, 1,000 or so that's coming from these guys is just not being used, essentially. So I wanted that used. And then this system up here, even though this isn't going to kick on very often, it is going to kick on with this aqua tuner that's keeping all this stuff cool. So we actually routed heavy watt conductive wire to use to go all through here and down across here and then down here. This all has to get cleaned up. These are in the right place, but as far as this stuff up here, most of this is left over from the temporary systems we had. We're going to refine a bit more steel and stuff right here, but we're going to knock this, we're going to redo a lot of this up here. I'm not redoing it at the moment because I want this thing to continue pumping out some of this natural gas. We've got an ungodly amount of natural gas. I really should be pumping the CO2 further down. Whatever. It will be fine. Okay, so let's, speaking of untying knots, let's finish untying this knot. So what do I have to do here? I think quite literally we snip this and attach that there, right? And then we got to let this tank empty. And then once this tank is empty, we connect this line. That shouldn't take too long. There's not much in here. Yeah, that's going to be done really quick. How many hours you got in this game, Lou? I forget. I know you said you're like beginner, but I don't think you're beginner. Like you're, you got a few hundred, I think, if I remember correctly. Nowhere near that? Oh, okay. I'm somewhere around 1,500, I think, is where I'm at, so... It gets out of control pretty quickly. See this system we're building down here with this overflow? That's eventually going to become obsolete, and it's all going to be processed up here. Something here. It's going to make this loop a little awkward. We're going to build those first. And then this doesn't need a bridge there anymore. Yeah, that's a lot cleaner. That is a lot cleaner. So we'll get that liquid sorting system done down at the oil section of the map after we get this fixed up, and then I want to go up and move the bathrooms. And put in showers. We're gonna get showers today, guys. Got a little over an hour, like an hour 15 left. And you guys know me. If I'm in the middle of a project when we get to the end of stream, I'll often finish it up just so I know where we're at. I like to get to a point where we know what we're doing. Clean dupes, yep. I rarely put showers in, but since this is like a quote-unquote casual playthrough, my goal is really to just kind of make dupes as comfortable as humanly possible. Let's get that built real quick. That can get snipped, and this can get run across here. Anybody want to build that bridge? Anybody? Here we go. There we go. Excellent. Okay, now that's a lot cleaner, and I'm a lot happier with that. And we've got this system in place that'll take over eventually for that. This system is looking a lot cleaner. This aqua tuner is going to drive me crazy. Yeah, I'm probably going to end up redoing the routing on this a little bit. More pipe cleaning. Okay, so let's actually put a couple pieces of stairway here so they can get up. I want to change a few things over here too. I feel like every stream has just a little bit of pipe management in it. Those pipes don't actually... We're not actually going to fill these pipes right now because we still need this stuff in the line. Yeah, I would love... Yeah, we're gonna aim for getting ourselves into a full-on steam room, but at the moment... We should move that. Cozy showers, yes, cozy showers. All right, we'll let them do that because it's not super important. All right. Let's say we do put this stuff here. Then I'm going to need to move this line a little bit, right? So that's fine. I don't mind moving it. I kind of like the idea that this overflowed properly just straight over there. Excellent. We've got that going to a 4th oil well, so we should have more than enough. We're probably going to actually end up having to run this as well. Which means we're going to have to run 2 of these setups. Sorry, I'm just twirling the beard and thinking a little bit here. Welcome back, Julie. Julie, this place is coming together so good. Might actually be producing enough liquid to run 4 of these, which is absolutely insane. I might break in here and put a hydro sensor and tell this that when the hydro sensor gets above a certain point that I want it to turn this one off, just so we don't overdo it here. Alright, that's not important right this second. That's not important. What is important is that... Alright, let's break this. We'll let it back up in that thing until we're ready to deal with it. Right? And then let's snip that there. Yeah, geez, Julie, I don't even know what's going on. Place is looking nice, isn't it? We're just putting in a little liquid sorting over here because we just got molten slicksters. We've got 1 molten slickster egg, so we're going to need this to, if it is petroleum, gets in the line. We don't want petroleum getting in here. So we're going to do a little sorty here. Okay, so what we need to do is set up a liquid shutoff. We literally have to make almost everything out of steel. And that's going to go there. Then we're going to go into automation. We're going to do, well, actually, it might be in plumbing. Liquid pipe element sensor, yes. That we can make out of lead. Automation wire can get made out of lead. That doesn't matter. It's just a meltable liquid. I think what I'm going to do is temporarily reroute this pipe to this pipe. Yeah. Just a little bit of jank for a second. Right. I'm over here thinking about too many things at once. Fantastic. Okay, so if that's going to go there, then we're going to delete this liquid bridge here. And this pipe's actually going to get deleted as well. So we're going to bring it up in a different spot. Probably bring it up like right here maybe. Just want to make it kind of clean. Thank you, Julie. Thank you so much. I'm a little fancy, you know. Now, all of this being said, we need to get that down here, but we still need to theoretically put water into there, right? I mean, realistically, we're going to wind up rebuilding things a few times. I think getting these into the right spot is going to be helpful. We are going to need another one of these here, though. Not right away, but okay. All right. So this is actually going to become our oil in, right? That's going to come through here. That's going to come up into here. This is going to go there. This is going to be set to petroleum. This is going to get set to crude. We don't need to use this one just yet, but when we do, we'll have it on a second line anyway. I kind of like the idea of bringing it up through here and just linking in. Yeah, let's do that. It's not like I'm not gonna have to change this 1,000 times in the future anyway. So let's just do that. Right. We'll break that. That being said, we do need to get stuff into there. So before we actually, I need a spot for this to go. It's unfortunate that I built that like that. This pipe is going to wind up going once we get this built. All right. Let's start with this coming down like this and then going over like that. We don't need to bridge because this pipe's going to be decommissioned temporarily once we do a few things. That being said, this is no longer needed. That's there. So what we could do, hypothetically, is just shift this down by 1. Break that. Do that, and then no more, and then bring this over to deconstruct that stuff. Snip that. This will then be... We don't need to get water out of here just yet, right? So that's going to come across there, there, and then go up into there. That will have to be the bridge, so we'll grab a liquid bridge, and we're going to go like that. And then this needs to get moved down to there. Right, this one hasn't started spilling over yet. Perfect. Okay, perfect. Well, not perfect, but it'll all start evening out. It'll all start evening out. And we've almost finished moving all of these guys down here. Yeah, so the water we're getting back is not quite enough to run 4 of these. But what I think, like I said, I think we'll crack in and do some automation. The slicksters will make up for it once we've gotten the slickster ranches fully spun up. But for now... Did I just add molten to the... Oh no, I put the molten down here. Right. Reach that, so let's give them a ladder there. Okay, wonderful. We've still got a lot of natural gas that needs sorting up here. These solid tiles, that way the carbon dioxide kind of gets pushed down more so than up. Yeah, we got a lot of CO2 in here. And this project's coming along very nicely as well. Need some of that. Okay. You know, it'd actually be easier to automate this one. I wouldn't have to run as long an automation wire. Yeah, look at Nether making things more complicated than they need to be. Yeah, we'll do that after we get this system working. before we work on the bathrooms, but after we get this bit built, we'll bust in here and put a sensor, and then run that sensor over to here. So basically, if this starts to dip down, it'll turn on the fourth one. We'll have this one, and this one running, and then this one will get shut off. Then we'll work on the bathrooms, and if we have time, we'll start working on putting some transformers in down here, so that we can actually get most of this stuff down here off of some of the main lines we got going. We need power for these. Temporarily... Jesus. Alright, we'll use this temporarily. That's got to be on before we do anything. Okay. I don't know how this game works, but I love how organized it looks. Wait, is it like 2D remote? ABC, yeah, basically. With an emphasis more on player versus environment instead of combat. There's no like raids or anything like this in this game, but it's a lot more complicated to deal with like heat and food and oxygen and all of that. Basically, like, you know, your volcanoes are more of a concern than raids. So you have to get to the point where you can make efficient systems for generating oxygen, for recycling water, all of that stuff. Oh my god, this is getting problematic over here. Alright, I think we can get Killer back into digging. Yep. Okay. And we'll give him improved carry. All right. Yeah, okay. So, another project added to it. This thing is getting a little out of control over here. So let's deal with this, I suppose. Let's bring a ladder up here, and let's... Jesus, I don't even know what I'm doing at this point. I mean, I do, but I don't. We're getting real crazy with this nonsense. So let's just kind of do that. One, two, three, four. So we'll put a layer there. We'll dig that over, and we got enough time on this. Let's priority 6 that. Well, no, man, we'll leave that at priority 5. I want them to finish this stuff first. Okay. Maybe I'll pick it up. Sounds fun. It is a good time, and they are putting out a new DLC. The new DLC is like early release / beta or whatever, coming out next week, so we'll be diving into that. In addition to like this, there are multiple planets, so you can build spaceships and launch dupes out into the galaxy. This is our galaxy. And colonize multiple planets. You can set up relays between planets by putting rockets out there and all that. So you know that adjustment we made? It is not working. Damn it. Or you can kill your dupes, yeah. Fuck a duck. Volcano problems. We have to deal with this right now. I added this here because I was like, we're getting too much lava over here, but now we're not getting the lava going all the way over there. Okay. Oh, priorities. Deconstruct. I hate having to do this. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I get overly focused when I do stuff like this because we're playing with a volcano that's attached to our base. This could go horribly wrong and end our run right here, so just gonna focus a little bit here. I think I'm gonna put an access port somewhere on this side so we don't have to do this anymore because this is obscenely dangerous. Yeah, okay. And then this obsidian is more or less just going to be stuck in here because I don't know what else we can do with it. Ugh, I hate that. I hate that. I don't want to do this. I really, really don't want to do this. Yeah, that obsidian debris is going to stay in there for a very, very long time. Yeah, let's never do this again. Yeah, okay. Okay, that is right. Okay, so, right, wrong, whatever the case may be. All right, hopefully that all works now. Jesus, sorry, I get really nervous when I play with the Volcano. I love them, but I get really nervous. Okay. This is set to petroleum, right? Yep, and this is set to crude. Okay. So, we snip. We go like that. Useful and dangerous. Yep, exactly. Passes through. That's exactly what we're trying to do right there. Let's deconstruct that, snip this. Bring that there. That way, if any liquid other than petroleum or crude get into this line, it'll drop it over here, and then we can have the dupes deal with it later. Okay. Then we're gonna have this come through there, snipped off. Killer's working on that. Just gonna keep an eye on it for a hot second. Delete that. Okay. All right. Let's get rid of this because this is unsightly and unnecessarily currently. So we'll break that out. This project continues to be an insane endeavor over here, so let's just roll with the punches. Oh. Let's get those built first before we cause pressure damage on this whole system over here. How did you get there? Wrangle that son of a bitch. Get him. Oh, Green Thumbs is probably on break, that's why. Am I happy with this? I don't even know. I don't even know if I'm happy with all of this. Are you excited about the new Frosty Planet DLC that's coming out soon? The new short was cute. I actually haven't seen any of the new shorts and stuff. Basically, I started stream and some of our chatters came in and was like, "Hey, Nether, it was announced. It's coming out next week." I guess it's in like some sort of beta / pre-release style situation. So I'm pretty excited about it. I'm not excited that this world is going to come to an end because this world has just been super exciting, but I am excited for new DLC. New DLC is just always awesome in any game that you're like really enjoy. So yeah, very excited. Welcome on in, Wema? We may see. Welcome in, we may. Or welcome in, however you prefer to go by. The beta is getting released early next week is what announced. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm going to go and read into all of that after stream. Pretty excited about new content for Ani. It took me a while to get into all the spaced out stuff. I mean, I haven't even gotten into space on this playthrough because we're taking it kind of slow and steady. I wanted to make sure that this planet was nice and stable and kicking ass. Today was really a big day for bringing a lot of stuff online, so... Alright, we'll get that last little bit planted over there. Long hair is there. It can eat a little bit of air. I don't mind. We'll sweep all of this up. Oh, wrong button. Sweep any of that. Let's sweep all that stuff. Okay. What are we doing? Why are these not working? Steam temperature below 125. Did I break something here? Okay. Okay. I thought I broke something because I was like, these aren't running, but we legitimately have just got temperatures so good under control that we don't have problems. Wonderful. That's always a good feeling. Alright, so the refinery, okay, so these are kicking on. Okay, just let's not break things. God, so many things. We're basically, this is going to be a temporary water tank up here because I want to fix some problems here, and we can't really break into this infinite storage until we drain off some of it. So this thing stops in 1.3 cycles. When that goes dormant, it's going to be a lot easier to deal with stuff in there. We'll put our attention there next week if we're not in the beta. How the fuck did you get down there? I have no idea how that happened. Okay, so we're gonna have to get all of the shipping stuff installed down here. Do we have enough steel to do that? Maybe. I have no idea how that happened. He was supposed to be moved over here. Like, I don't even... How the hell would he even get down here? Man, I wish I knew what would happen there. That was weird. Okay, let's critters can spawn into walls. Interesting. I don't understand how we were moving him from here to here, but he wound up down here. Like, that's absolutely insane. Like, whatever. It is what it is. No point worrying about it now. Oh, God. Kind of can't wait to get dinner, to be honest with you. Very excited about dinner. Don't know what I'm going to eat, but very excited about dinner. I'm not willing to think about dupes right now. Like, even if one of those was good, I'm not willing to think about it. So we're just going to take more wild animals. Extra meat is never a bad thing. Did we ever run power over to this thing? We did. Okay, cool. All right, have we put out enough of the fires that I can work on the bathrooms now? Let me just watch some of these systems just a little bit. I think everything is working, but, you know, can't be too sure with some of this nonsense. I really am bummed that that's in there. We'll deal with that later. Like I said, I'll put an access port somewhere on the left side, which is going to be inside of our steam room, probably the safest place for it to be. Somehow or another. And, then we'll, like, crawl in, grab it, and drop it into the steam chamber at one point. Maybe. Oh, I mean, so when I'm talking about this playthrough, guys, I'm talking, you know, we're just assuming this playthrough is going to continue on, but obviously we're going to get into the DLC, and if we get past the point where it's early access, beta-ish type situation, we'll start like a more permanent world with the DLC. But I'm gonna talk as if we're going to stick with this indefinitely. I did not realize how many random wild hatches we had printed from the printing pod. Okay. Shipping systems? Kind of got to, right? We're bringing these online, so 200 steel. Yeah, we should be fine. We're gonna do these backwards to the other ones just for the sake of it. We're also gonna grab these, and we're gonna go. Those are out of steel. And then we need to get our shipping automation in here, or rails as well. So we will do that. We'll grab our bridges over here. We're going to go like that. I don't think this is absolutely necessary, but I like to do it that way. And yeah, we're really running too much things on these lines. We're just going to take these straight across. I'll probably end up trying to clean this power up. Hey, Kahako! Welcome back in. How the heck are you? It's been a while. What's new? We're in a more long-term, less challengey playthrough at the moment. And it's going quite nicely. Took a Twitch break. Yeah, sometimes it's necessary to take a break from Twitch, Facebook, all the social media stuff like that. I am definitely one of those people who's very much a technology person, but even I get burnt out on it sometimes. So totally understand that. Are these systems working? Everything looks like it's working. Are we positive on crude over here? I feel like we're still going down. I don't know how that's actually possible. Oh, that's why. We're literally backfilling, like, these need to fill up for it to slosh over, it seems. Okay. Okay. I think we're okay? I don't even know at this point. I don't even know at this point. I keep thinking to myself, I'm like, alright, we can work on the bathrooms. What is this? What is this? Why is there steam in here? Why is there steam in here? That's why. Shit. Shit. Should have anticipated all of this. Let's just turn all of that off for a second. Damn it. I knew better than that. I knew better than that. That was me being fucking stupid. Sorry, didn't mean to curse so much, but like, I know better than that. I really do. How hot is this stuff down here? Fucking duck. I did not realize how hot we were getting in here. Alright, looks like we're still working down here. I'd love to do bathrooms, but we're now officially at the point where this is, yeah, that's broken. This is broken. Oof. Might as well deconstruct you right off the bat. Temporary systems, you know? Always hurts when you're trying to get to what you need to get to. Fuck. The mop command right there should be able to sort that out reasonably. Mop up this whole shebang. Oh my god, okay. 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 Focus, Nether, focus. Yeah, because we're running hot petroleum into there. That's part of the problem. Okay. How do I deal with this? I mean, we've got a cooling loop up here. So I think we just have to actually extend our cooling loop down. Unfortunately. Fuck. Oh my god. Alright. So, we'll be spending the last half hour of stream fixing my errors here. I did not realize we were getting this hot already in here. Okay. So, until we have this properly converted over to a steam room for real, we really do need to extend our cooling loop. Okay, so... which is a freaking ass-backwards cooling loop, right? It's coming out here and going over here, which is all fucking obnoxious. All right. Do I have the brain power to handle this? I do. I can do this. I can do this. So let's say we just bring radiant pipe around through here. Okay, so then we're going to put a hydro sensor, let's say here. It's an automation wire that goes like that. That way we can make sure that the water builds up. That'll hold the chill mass. We've got enough CO2 that we can make this work momentarily. I just don't want to run out of crude, and we need to keep pumping water into it. That being said, I think we can... We're going to flip that so that we can take the water that we have temporarily in here and send that into these systems. Okay. Can't forget to do a cooling loop, Nether. Oh god, absolute nonsense. Let's turn you off temporarily. Let's put everything down here on a priority 1. We don't want them working down there at all. That can go there. We're going to bring that up to there. And that's going to go to there. That is a lot of fucking work to get done. Remember when I said we have to make sure that we have this so that any overflow liquid winds up in here? Yeah, that's why. At least I put in some redundancies. Let's get that done because we need the oil to keep flowing for this whole system to stay stable. I mean, it's way better than the volcano boiling our base, but let's... insulated pipe, Nether. Insulated pipe. Okay. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Didn't mean to abandon chat there. Just, you know, a little bit of panicking. Just a little bit of panicking. Come on, dupes. Interdependent systems. They're fun, but they're dangerous for these reasons. Water dripping down here. Panic is real. Okay. Okay. I remembered to make most of these buildings out of steel, but I didn't think we would be heating up that quickly down here. We had, we've always had our cooling loop going over here, so it never really got super hot up here. But I never extended the cooling loop downward, and I was kind of just racing through, like, okay, we'll get this all transferred over to like an industrial hot brick sooner rather than later, right? Unfortunately, no. And so we're gonna have to do what we have to do here. Basically, we're gonna bring the cooling loop in to cool off this system and these guys a little bit, which is dangerous in and of itself because we're running regular water inside the cooling loop, but we seem to be keeping it a reasonably good temperature. If we have to, we'll throw down another aqua tuner. So yeah, it's And once we get all this built, we'll bring it in, but then I'm going to have to rearrange the loop over here as well. So, that's why I turned this off temporarily. This thing really should just be deconstructed and rebuilt out of steel for this to function. Okay, I thought we'd be able to get a lot more done, but, emergencies necessitate action, right? I'm going to snip that so we don't have to deal with it at the moment. We're going to deconstruct that pump as well. We'll rebuild that out of steel when we get there. Luckily, you can mop on top of mesh tiles, so the water that's floating on top of our crude right now is a thing. Let's hook that back up. please get some of this stuff built, guys. Maybe it's a good thing we might have to start a new world. Okay. These are going to have problems if we don't fix it fast enough, but we will fix it right now. Nervous. Very nervous. Okay. Fuck it, dog, man. Temperature's dropping on that, which means we're pulling heat out. A few of our systems are going to heat up a little bit. Jesus. Okay. I think we're okay. I'm not even kidding. Like, my heart just stopped so much. I'm sorry to anybody who, I'm just like, I'm very sorry that that happened. We're going to, I'm gonna leave this here so I don't actually have to have them come and deconstruct if something like that happens again. Our water is gonna take a second to get filled up to the level it needs to get filled up to get this system jump started. Hopefully that happens soon enough because we need these to continue pumping out crude. Jesus. Lava drop worked. This is functioning, so that's good. God, I can't even breathe right now. I can't even breathe. Whew. Okay. Okay. Things were going so well. Okay. Let's just keep an eye on this for now. Jesus, I can't even remember. I can't even function right now. Oh, and even out of 1, most of this has already gotten built. Put those back to a normal priority. Cancel that mop command. Water is okay. Doesn't look like we've got any more water mixed into our situation here. Just waiting for this. Okay, this is below 100 degrees. So what happened was our polluted water wasn't off-gassing because it wasn't getting up to the state change. Polluted water boils at a higher temperature and freezes at a lower temperature than regular water. So when it went through the water sieves and came out the other side as regular water, even though it went in as liquid as polluted water, it came out the other side essentially as gas in the pipes, cracked the pipes, and bing, bang, boom, we were hosed. We're going to let this basically, we're going to use this hydro sensor so this doesn't kick on until the hydro sensor is got like just 50 kilos of water on it. That way this thing can hold a little bit of a mass of chill down here. Not that it needs to be chill. We do have to keep an eye on this because if we're pulling too much heat out of there, we're just going to wind up heating up too many systems. We might actually have to slap in that second aqua tuner that I was talking about, 64.7. Let's do that just so I don't have to worry too much, because this is going to get out of hand really fast if I don't do the things we need to do, right? So we'll go there. This will flow down to there. That will flow out to there. And we'll just loop that back that way for now. Average temperature is coming up, so we need to put this second aqua tuner into play. It's a good thing we're making a fuck ton of power. Of course, us making a fuck ton of power is what's also making a fuck ton of heat. So anyway, if anybody was curious what the difference is between Oxygen Not Included and RimWorld is, you know, essentially what the challenge difference is, that is the challenge right there. It's not about raids, it's about heat management. 55, 55.1. And this is also heating up our oxygen, which means our base is heating up, which isn't the worst thing in the world. How is our barbecue? We do not have barbecue, so... need to let them eat pickled meal. It also means that I should probably just replant this shit. Jesus. Throw power at the problem. At least we're at that stage where we can throw power at the problem. You know what I mean? Don't wave at each other. Get the job done, for fuck's sake. I don't remember the last time I panicked that hard in Ani. That was, All right. Really hope we don't have to put in a third aqua tuner, but if we do, we do. That's just a little bit insane. Okay. Yes, this is the chill base, of course, of course. Chill by Nether Cloud standards. This is just gonna suck forever. See, there's so much leftover heat that we're just gonna be a problem for so long. Posture check, thank you. All right. go. 3,600 of our 10K is going to go into cooling the thing that's generating the electricity. Adding some stuff to the list of shit that's future Nether's problem. See, the problem is we've got so much heat down here still. Like, this is all got to get cooled down. Don't have time to think about you guys. We're just going to get the sand. .2 in the tank, 62.3. This is up to 34. Okay, what we're probably going to do when we come back and play this is we're going to split this grid up. We're going to use one of these to cool the oxygen and the steam turbines, and then the other two are going to use to cool these areas temporarily, with the intention that we can run this area a lot hotter than we can run this area. So we're not going to do that right this second because we can't. Because we're running low on time. That's down this. That's 62.8, 34.9. It looks like we're kind of stabilizing. Okay, we're stabilizing. What was that? Don't scare me, dupes. I really wanted to get those bathrooms up. I was feeling really good. We were just cooking right along. God. What an absolute fucking shit show. 62.6 and 34.6. Okay. We seem to be stabilizing. Now, I think I might want to sort this out before... Man. Hi, what's up, friend? How are you? What do you think? Do you recommend the Space Out DLC? I don't have it, and I was thinking of purchasing it, getting from Argentina. Thanks. Oh, absolutely. Spaced Out DLC is amazing. Currently on this playthrough, we really haven't engaged with much of the space stuff yet, just because I've been diligent about getting our home planet up and running on some cool stuff. But and we just spent the last half hour dealing with crisis mode, basically, It's kind of screwed up some basic systems, but spaced out's really cool. It does make the space travel a lot more complicated in that you have to actually build the interiors of rockets and like manage the dupe's mood in space in the rocket rather than just put them in a rocket and send them to a point, like a point of interest on a star map. 62.7. All right. I'm going to bring in this third aqua tuner into the mix here real quick. I don't want to do this. Thank you for following, PC Max. Much appreciated. Yeah, anytime, anytime. Happy to help. I do apologize for being a little bit panicked. We just literally had like massive crisis mode with temperature, steam getting into the wrong areas, and pipes cracking and stuff like that. So it's been a little bit of a crazy moment right now. Yeah, multiple bases on multiple planets. It is a lot to take in. If you haven't played the vanilla, if you've played the hell out of vanilla, then Spaced Out's a nice upgrade. I got both of them at the same time. It was a little bit overwhelming, but I'm used to it now, and I can't imagine playing without the DLC at this point. I'm so glad our base is on a separate cooling loop. This would be a nightmare if our base was on the same cooling loop. I mean, the oxygen that's coming in is going to be coming in hot. Why are you standing there? Oh, you're idle. Okay. You don't have anything to do. Fair enough, dupes. Fair enough. My fault. Totally my fault. Okay. We have much cooler liquid here. 62.9 degrees there. All right, let's just hang for a few minutes. We're already past the point of nonsense here, but let's see what we can do. Let's just kind of take a look at these systems while they're working here. A little upset that our barbecue situation is not stabilizing yet, but it's probably because we brought those other ranches online, right? Terrifying. Temp's still coming up there, which is scary. It's got such a long pipe to travel through that it's like you have to check the temperatures at so many different points. Temperature's coming down there. .6. Okay. All right, we had to throw a lot of power at that problem, but I think we're getting it under control. It might generate other problems for us down the line, but okay. So, in a temporary type fashion, Jesus. So, this doesn't need to have this much radiant pipe here. All right, let's stay online a little bit longer, keep an eye on this, and then see if we can fix this system up a little bit. All right, our water is flowing to our crude production again. Yeah. Okay, so that's working. Looks like 3 of them are going consistently, which is what we're looking for. looks like we're coming back online. That's coming in at 56.3, 56.2, going up and down. Let me see 55. Let me see 55. 56.2, 56.1. Saw 56 for a hot second there. 55.8. All right, temperature's going in the right direction. Could be once it cools down enough, it'll stabilize a bit and not use as much power. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we have plenty of power to throw at it at the moment. We have over 10,000 watts of power, so we should be okay. What I want to do, because I don't want it to be cold down here, right? Like, I don't want it to be cold down here, but I obviously don't want the pipes to burst. So what I'd like to do here is split off and use one to cool our oxygen and our steam turbines, like we've been doing for a while here, and then use these two and run them hotter. Basically run these more at like 60 degrees or something like that. Issue with that is we don't have a second liquid reservoir set up to do that. The whole point is that we won't even need these eventually. This whole room will be full of steam and CO2 layered, but we're not there yet, so that's kind of the problem. Also, if we make this insulated pipe, that probably would have been helpful. The fact is that this, that's probably where the problem happened, actually. This petroleum is coming in at 130 degrees, and we didn't have insulated pipes here, so it was heating up the polluted water. Now that I just did that, that should fix the problem as well. Yeah, we're going to go just a little bit late here, just because I want to make sure that this isn't absolutely fucking screwed. Would hate to lose this base and playthrough right before we're going to retire it with honors, you know? Yeah, that was absolutely the problem. We were legitimately cooking the polluted water before it ran off the edge using the petroleum. Petroleum generators should be deleting heat, not making it. So, like, petroleum's coming in here at 130 C, and these guys are outputting water at what temperature? I'm not sure what temperature they're outputting water at, but they're not outputting it at 130 C. They're outputting it at whatever it is, but the water they were outputting was getting cooked by the petroleum radiating through the normal pipes. So now we're going to see, yeah, we already see the polluted water is dropping in temperature coming out of these. That was the key mistake there. Without that mistake, we probably wouldn't have had nearly the number of problems. I'm going to build a block right here. Just for my nerves. Put that there. Move that. .7, 61.6. .3. Okay, we are going in the right direction. We're going in the right direction. Alright, my brain kind of needs to fix this before I can stop for the day. Right, this one actually isn't dumping crude yet because we have... Okay, this was really close to starting to dump crude. Once this starts dumping crude, we'll be positive. Fuck a duck, man. Fuck a duck. Which should happen any moment now. Let's just keep an eye on this. Okay, there it goes. Okay, yeah, that is slowly going up. The issue is that we have this whole long mesh tile thing here, which is theoretically great, but everything I'm making requires so much buffering of materials and stuff. Actually, I kind of want to at least replace that tile with mesh, just in case. Yeah, so now the crude is going up in the mesh tiles, which means we should be getting... Still going down over here as we're pumping it out, but... Okay. Alright, this system seems to be working. That temperature is definitely going down. Oh boy. Oh boy, am I panicking. Alright, barbecue is back in the positive, it looks like. We're still going to let them eat the pickled meal, and we're still going to process the pickled meal. Oh, Jesus. What I think I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to put in another one of these. And I'm going to have one of them cooking barbecue and the other one cooking pickled meal and gristleberry. We're going to prioritize the barbecue one, so they cook at that one first. We do have a second cook coming on board shortly. $69.6C, 70C, 66C. Yeah, that petroleum boiling the polluted water was the main problem there. Not that it wouldn't have crept up eventually anyway. Okay. Okay. Let me try and think about how I want to deal with this now. Oh my god. Oh my god. We don't need all of this radiant pipe in there. We're literally just cooling this stuff over here, which is fine. So what we could do is bring this down here. That'll bring this out of the mess, and then we could actually use this to bring that up. Sorry that we're going late for anybody who's looking forward to hanging out in Discord this evening, but I want to work on this just a little bit more. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna separate out our systems. We're gonna have these two set to about, I'm gonna say 60 degrees or so, 50, 60 degrees to cool this stuff, because we don't need this stuff down to like 30. We just need this stuff below 100. so that it doesn't boil. We don't need it to get cold, especially since slicksters prefer it hot. So we're going to split that. We're going to run these a little bit hotter. And this is going to just go up and around, which was my eventual plan for it anyway. So this will be cooling our oxygen and our steam turbines. At least that's the thought process at the moment. Hopefully we don't run this the wrong way and freeze it next, but cool. Okay, that's working good. Problem is it's going to just cause as many, well, not as many, but some more problems as we go here. All right, I had actually already set up for this thing to go the other way. So what we need to do is delete this, put it there. How am I going to do this? I think I just have to do it. All right, let's let this run for a minute longer. I need just a little bit of a buffer here. Because we're gonna shut down the cooling loop we just put into effect here, and then we're gonna let some of it fill back up. It's gonna be interesting. And by interesting, I mean terrifying. We're coming in at 49°C over here, so we're getting back to a reasonable temperature. All right. Let's do this. I'm gonna snap that there. We're gonna deconstruct this bridge, and we're gonna build. Okay, let's put that deconstruction at a higher level than building the other one, because if they both exist, it's gonna cause some problems. We'll flip that like that. Here come our people. Barb is making that a thing real quick. Okay. Now, we need to actually make sure this line doesn't get empty, so we're going to do this. Well, hang on. Okay, we're going to do that. This should then go that way, and this should go this way. So So now this is on a different line, but that is not completely full. Okay, I can deal with the amount of liquid that's there. So now... Okay. Now these we're going to run at, let's say 65 for now. Right? We need to get water in there. And that will actually do the job for us. So what that'll do is it'll prioritize water filling the loop, and then overflow back to the crude system. So the loop, once the loop is full, we'll be able to get rid of that. Just make sure that actually works. Feels like we might have this under control, but it's going to take a minute here for this to sort itself out, so... Okay, so our oxygen slash steam turbine loop is doing okay. These are kicking on just a little bit, and that loop is going to take just a few minutes to get full. Meanwhile, we're going to have no water going to these guys, which is problematic, but enough is getting through at the moment. Just want to keep an eye on it because we don't want to overfill this loop. We don't have a buffer tank. We could put a buffer tank though, couldn't we? Like we could legitimately just build that right there. All right. We'll build a dot there first so that we can just do a hot swap on it. Advanced problem solving in Oxygen Not Included with your friend Nethercloud. That got built. Alright, you need to take a break, you go take a break, sir. I totally understand. Wow, that takes forever. Probably would have been better to put the buffer tank on the front end here, but this is more about not overfilling the loop versus regulating temperature. We're not running this as cold as the other section, so... Okay, beard stroking at the end of stream here. Sorry, guys. I mean, I know everybody in the community says, Nether, you got to stop apologizing so much. I just, you know, I get, like, super into what's going on, and, like, that totally just dropped my heart to the floor. After all of the hard work we did today, it was like, are we going to cook the whole base now? Are we going to break every system that I just put into operation here? Snip this for just a second. Just so we can get these last couple of blobs on the line, because this is I think this is the last space we need to fill. And we'll leave this system in place just so if there is an issue with that cooling loop, it'll automatically refill itself. But that's going to come around, and that should put a full blob into that empty spot right there. And we'll hook this back up, and then hopefully we won't have any more problems. Oh, we got another empty spot. Let's just hang on a second while that comes down. This is the perfect time to panic. Sorry, guys. Okay. And there we go. Okay. Now we can hook that back up. Okay. I think crisis averted. I'm not 100% sure. Let's check this thing's temperature. This thing is down to 45.1, which is way lower than it was. That's all flowing nicely. The water coming through here is at 52. If it's above 65, this thing kicks on, so this thing is cooling that down. The second one's not kicking on, which is good. It means we're not overloading the system. This one is running consistently because we're trying to run it substantially colder, and it's trying to make up for all of the heat that we accidentally dumped on there, but this is coming down a little at a time. 44.6, aggregating down. 44.5, excellent. Temperature, there's nothing in here because that loop is not, we're not actually filling that loop. temperature-wise, we're at like 73 there. We're at like 61 here. The polluted water here is 60 degrees. All right, have a good one, Julie. Again, I do apologize to anyone out there for all of the panic involved in this. Okay. 315.7, 0.6. How much crude is in these tiles? 283.1, 283.2. Yeah, so this is taking just a little bit of time. Basically like 315, 306. Yeah, we need to get like this this mesh tile layer here pretty much full of crude, and this is going to keep coming down like that. Choose a blueprint. All right, we'll take another wild hatch. Speaking of which, how many more do we have to move? Wait. Glossy Drecklet egg? Ooh, okay. Hold on. 53%. We're gonna leave that one there, because I need to put that somewhere. All right, fair enough. Okay. Did we solve enough of these problems? I think we did. We've slowly but surely been adding to our buffer tank for our main cooling loop, which is nice. We increased the size of this. This thing is now dormant. This stuff is actually starting to get down to a more manageable level in here. Okay. Let me switch this stuff out. Let me copy settings here, paste settings here. Then we're going to take pickled meal and gristleberry off of here. Bump this up to a 7. We're going to take barbecue. You know what? We'll leave barbecue there just in case there's a secondary cook or something. That'll be the idea there. We've got 308 calories of barbecue. We've got a lot of pickled meal. Dirt is down to 16 tons. This will actually supply us with a little bit of extra food because it's naturally planted bristleberry. We don't have to pay the water cost for it. We're cooling it down. We've given it light. So these will start blooming and giving us a little bit of extra stuff. We were overflowing to these. We're not doing that anymore because we're overflowing to our cooling loop to fill it up a little bit more. I think our volcano is doing good. Our heat is pretty solid, 900 degrees on that current tile. This thing erupts again in 3.3 cycles. It's going to be active for 68.2. So hopefully we could bank enough magma to keep this running. It's, like I said, this should just keep increasing in efficiency. And our ranches down here, we've got 8, 4, 6, and these haven't started to fill up yet. I think one of our bigger problems we're going to run into down here is the fact that we're producing a lot more CO2 now than we're consuming because we don't have the slickster ranches fully spun up. I did the math wrong. I was like, oh yeah, 8 ranches. That'll mean we can do the blah 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 because it's about 75 slicksters of CO2. Except 8 times 10 is 80, not 8 times 8. 8 times 8 is 64. So we're going to be short about 11 hatches just on this main system. And if we do eventually wind up putting in a second petroleum boiler, that means we're going to need 2 more for our first setup and then another 10. We're going to need another 12 hatch ranches, theoretically. So that's probably all going to wind up going in down here. What I might do is once we're confident in this system and I don't need to have this here anymore, I might actually just raise this back up again. I know we lowered it again, and stack another 2 on top of here so they come out and drop down here. That's probably going to be what we do. We'll stack another 2 here. We can move this later or put this into something else. This is just an emergency at the moment, which we don't even need now that we hooked up the 4th one of these, which is probably the better play, all things said and done. We did move our new Duplicant gym and Duplicant training barracks. We put in our Great Hall over here. We put in a new nature reserve over here. Our ladder system is up the center where it should be. That glossy Draco mutation was a nice cherry on the top of the cake after a bit of a crisis down here. We can bring this back online. I don't know, a little bit more steel, a little bit more iron. So that will help. That'll be power positive. Looks like our temperatures are starting to settle out. Our base temperature is okay. I don't mind it being 30 degrees as long as these don't go above 30 over here. Base is separated, so that's fine. Quite sure how there's a smaller blob there. It's very weird, but I'm gonna let it be what it is. How much do I want to fill this thing? We'll let that go for now. Okay, I think we've averted crises and we've made some good changes. What are you doing here? How did you get up there? Oh, that's the one we printed. That's right. Okay, so all that being said, let's stop. Let's save. I accidentally let this run in the background one day, and I don't want to do that today because with all the problems, we might have more issues. Next week, we are either going to... We might just jump into messing with the new DLC. I don't want to start any permanent style worlds until we get to the point where it's considered to be, you know, stable. So let's see what's going on here as far as people streaming. Who can we raid out to? Boo, 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 boo. You know what? You know what? Wait a second. Wait a second. Where is... All right, let's raid over to Killer. Killer's playing Zomboid, which is obviously not Oxygen not included, but it's been a long time since Killer's actually been online when we end stream, and I'd like to go show him some love because he's been really amazing all the time. So yeah, thank you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow for some RimWorld doing our Sea Ice playthrough. That's also absolute madness. Really good time. Again, I apologize if I got a little quiet at the end there dealing with all the crazy stuff, but I really appreciate all of you guys. I will be on Discord in a little bit after I go and grab some food. If anybody wants to come and hang, feel free to come and hang. It's been wonderful playing with you guys today. Take care of yourselves, be well, and I'll see you tomorrow.
With you to join my Discord so she can hop in.
Yep. I think I did. I'm not. Hang on, I gotta find.
Oh, Nether.
Hides from me.
Nether raided me, so welcome raiders. We're going to